Yeah, one man is going to get one step closer to that trophy by the end of today. A very good morning from Portsmouth to the MODUS Super Series. It's day 3 of Group A here at Champions Week as we get one step closer to one more champion being crowned. But the man who lifted the title first time around, Conan Whitehead, well, he was one of the star performers on Tuesday, completing the card and putting himself in a 3-horse race for the first spot through to Champions Night. It was a sorry day for Sebastian Białowski. One victory all told, and even in that win against Steve West, he waved his hand in apology. Don't say sorry, Seb. Rob Grundy's yet to get his jaws into this week, but like a fictional shark, he's just brimming beneath the surface, ready to pounce. Conan Whitehead went through the card. The first ever man to lift this title is on a mission for number 2, helped by some family inspiration. Matt Dillon is playing at a streamlined level, but a 4-0 defeat to Andreas Harrison at the end of yesterday leaves him in the lurch for qualification, because it's all in the hands of the Swede Harrison, who posted 3-ton-plus checkouts against Dillon to see him top the group on 16 points. Yeah, Dirty Harrison was more than lucky. He was very good yesterday. He was the finest shooter of them all as far as Group A is concerned. The asset, Paul Nicholson, is alongside me up here on the balcony to talk about that and to look ahead to the final day in terms of qualification. And this is one of the exciting points of the week because we're going to know one of those names through to Champions Night.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like that far away since we saw Jeroen Meerk going through Group A in the last series. But that was almost 3 months ago. But now we get to Wednesday, now we start to think about Saturday and who is potentially going to be there. People are in strong positions today to strike, but nobody more than the Swede, Andreas Harrison.
Well, let's have a look at the table then, following the first 2 days' worth of fixtures, because Andreas Harrison, the Swede, has opened up a 4-point lead over Matt Dillon and Conan Whitehead, respectively. And he's just played at this level. When you take out the first game, the 4-0 defeat to Matt Dillon, he's played at this sort of level which has just been consistent enough to blow the opposition away.
It has been, but when you look at the numbers, they're telling you fibs. And we'll get into that in the first round of matches today because I found some killer statistics this morning. You think about players like Steve West and you think about what Conan did yesterday in a fabulous Tuesday campaign. And then you look at Andreas's numbers and you think, how is he 4 points ahead at the top? But he's playing the game brilliantly. He's not having to show that spectacular level more often than not. He's showing what is a very good, consistent, maybe an A- game. And we talk about A and B games, but his A- game this week, to take it to a sort of scholar joke with Matthew Dennant, I think he's just been more consistent than anybody else. But what a great time to put in your best performance of the group, which was in Game 15 yesterday, to make sure that he's got that 4-point cushion going into today.
Let's talk about Conan Whitehead because he is the man who completed the card yesterday. He was the player of the day yesterday. And following what happened on Monday, picked up just a solitary win. That turnaround overnight helped with some inspiration, he said as well, up here on the balcony. That was a bit of class on the former champ. Yeah,
that was brilliant, wasn't it? You watched him yesterday and you thought, everybody's in trouble here. And we knew it from the very first game. Putting in a high 90s average, his doubling yesterday was... I've run out of words to describe it. Simple as that. It was 57% for the day, and how many people have the possibility of doing that over 5 matches in this sort of company? That was one of the best doubling performances over a daily campaign that I've ever seen under this roof, and it's something he can do again. And with extra motivation today to try and nick the top spot, to have 2 days off with his family, well, he doesn't need any more motivation than that.
And he said that he wants to do it again in terms of completing the card. He wants to do it again to win the whole lot. Right, let's have a look at the outright betting following the second day's worth of action. Well, in Group A, no surprise, a 4-point lead means that Andreas Harrison is the heavy favourite. And on Monday morning, he was the outsider of the lot to win this group.
Yeah, he was. And it just goes to show that sometimes if you have a hunch, like some people did about Andreas on Monday, 8-1 looked very, very long. It's been made to look very, very silly over the last 48 hours. But I think these are very fair, reflective odds for the group today. I think if you are going to look for value, Dennant and Whitehead at 6-1 seems like fair value to me. But with Andreas having a 4-point lead, how many people have squandered a 4-point lead going into the final day of a Group A? Not many.
Not many at all. Right, this is the bet builder for today's action. It's a threefold accumulator, pays just under 14-1, and it's very much heavily favouring the handicap betting, and in particular backing against Sebastian Białecki after yesterday.
That's pretty natural, considering what we've seen from Sebastian this week. He's got 2 wins, and he will probably be very happy with those 2 wins. He's had a lot of big defeats, and that's why these bet builder statistics that you can see have given us 3 handicaps, obviously all against Białecki in the last 2. But when you look at Grundy versus Dennant to win that one is the riskiest of the 3. If I was going to go for maybe 2 out of the 3, it would have to be the bottom 2.
Remember, if you're having a flutter today and across the week, it's 18+ and begambleaware.org. Right, game 1 of our day sees the former champion Conan Whitehead in action, looking to pick up this title for a second time here in Portsmouth, a little over a year on from winning it for the first time. He takes on the man from Hartlepool, Rob Grundy, who's looking to win it on his Champions Week bow. And earlier on this morning, Phil Barrs caught up with the Barbarian to see how he's feeling ahead of the final day's action.
Conan, here we are, final day of Group A. How are you feeling ahead of play?
Yeah, I feel all right today. Not as tired as I was Monday or yesterday. So I'm happy with yesterday's results. Just push on from that.
Yeah, contrasting 2 days. Monday, not really at the races, but yesterday, you've really put yourself in contention here today.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I was really tired Monday and no excuse. I should have just got on with it, but sulking a bit. And then I think it was more because I was sulking. I was concentrated yesterday. And today, I mean, I've put myself in heavy contention to win the group again. So hopefully that's the case and I get Thursday and Friday off.
4 points, the difference between you and Andreas at the top. It's so important that you get off to a good start and apply some pressure.
Yes, it is. Not so much a good start. It's more of what I need to do against certain people today.
So I'm guessing from that you're targeting the 2 above you in Matty Dennant and Andreas Harrison, that those points are huge.
They're massive. They're 4-pointers. So to me, anyway, it puts them 2 down, to nick legs off them, and I'm going 2, jumping 2 in front of them. So
the fact that you play first, does that give you a little bit of advantage that you can cut the gap before Andreas and Matt play?
No. I mean, I don't like playing first, but all said and done, it's got to be done. So I don't think that's going to matter, because where it's done in blocks of 3, everyone plays, I think that's when it's going to notice. So I need them to lose early, really.
The fact that you have won here and you are a champion, does that give you a psychological advantage, and that's something you can draw on going into today?
I think so, yeah, because I mean, they all know that I've won a series here, and none of them have. Well, I believe none of them have. So yeah, and when I'm on that stage, I feel at home up there, so I'm used to it. I've played a lot more games than all of them in there. So yeah, I think it does give me a bit of an advantage.
Conan, wish you all the very best today, mate.
Thank you very much, Phil. Cheers.
And so, game 1 of our day sees Rob Grundy in action against Conan Whitehead. It's a battle of Hartlepool and Welling on that stage. And no, this isn't a third-round FA Cup fixture. It is business day here at the Super Series. And watching all the action in the commentary box, it's the asset Paul Nicholson who's alongside first. A very good morning to Chris Murphy.
And who will it be a good afternoon for at the end of today's play? Judgment Day underway in Group A, and the former Super Series champion Conan Whitehead gets his final day campaign underway. Rob Grundy will be looking at the rest of the week. It will be a second day of reckoning for 5 players in this group, but one of them will make it to the big money matches on Saturday come the end of today's action. Whitehead, Dennant, Harrison, the 3 runners in that race. Realistically, Rob Grundy, Steve West still have mathematical chances. Sebastian Białecki, he's already plotting his alternative route. Jack Garwood,
first
the
leg,
referee,
it's Conan to throw first.
for proceedings today.
Game on.
And Paul Nicholson has made his way from the gantry upstairs overlooking this fine arena to sit down for a comfortable afternoon and morning of viewing darts.
140.
Paul, which one's it going to be? Which of the 3?
It's a tough question to answer at this stage. I know that Andreas has got a 4-point lead. And good morning, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Champions Week. It's been great so far.
58.
And Tuesday really was a heightening of standard. Plenty of time to talk about that, but to answer your question, Murph,
57.
someone was to put me on the spot. You can't, at this stage, say that Harrison is going to fluff his lines. He's not that kind of player. But when you throw in the mix someone like Whitehead
60.
and someone like Dennett, who of the three has gone under the radar in the last 20 hours, he has got through a Group C scenario before
134.
by winning his last 2 games. So don't discount Matt yet. But Whitehead yesterday was absolutely remarkable.
Yeah, he battered his way up the
125.
table like a wrecking ball,
Conan, you
didn't he, coming
require
through, just
170.
demolishing his opponents, went through the card. He's not going to take out the monstrous 170 checkout in the opening leg here, but he is going to leave it
134.
very, very handy indeed to win the opening leg with the potential 13 darter. Now, Conan Whitehead himself said maybe he needs to do that again. Maybe he needs to win. He actually said if he wins all his matches, he thinks he'll win the group.
That's purely because if he does go through the card, he will deprive
40.
Harrison of 2 points
Conan, you require
and
36.
Dennett of 2 points. I think if he goes through the card,
Shot on the first leg.
he's
Conan
got an excellent
Whitehead.
chance, especially with darts like that. That's a 13-dart start from the Series 1 champion. I think
Second leg, it's
he
Rob
wins
to throw
5
first.
games.
Game on.
He still needs a favour.
Yeah, well, if Andres Harrison were to pick up 8 points today, he'd finish on 24. If Conan Whitehead were to pick up 10 points
58.
today, he'd finish on 22. So you're exactly right. Even if Whitehead beats Harrison, he still needs him to slip up elsewhere. And I do believe that
94.
Matthew Dennett and Conan Whitehead probably do have to be perfect today if they're going to remove Harrison from the top of the table.
I'm going to go so far as to say they do. I don't see Harrison slipping up against
83.
certain opponents. I think he's just been too consistent.
Basically, they've both got to beat him
Correct.
and everybody else.
Yeah. At the minute, Conan's got an ally
36.
in Matt Dennett in his own mind, but only when Matt plays Andreas. But I think it's really key here on Wednesday that Conan is in the first game.
140.
He makes the first statement.
Well, if that does happen, let me give you something else that could be very key. If both of those go on and beat Harrison, let's just indulge you for a minute. Do you know who they both play last? Each other.
I think you've just turned me into the hungry emoji.
Well, they can't be good darts for Rob Grundy, but the score he's on meant
60.
he really was kind of restricted to staying there. Could have maybe gone for the bullseye, but there's a risk involved in that.
Yeah, there's a risk, and he could have gone for the 10, of course, or
48.
something of that ilk.
Rob, you
But
require 160.
I think the calculated risk there was to try and get the 20, but also to try and snag the 60 to leave 120, which would have been a lot easier than 160. If he had left 120, he would have had a shot at tops.
140.
Lucky for him that Whitehead didn't manage to muster up much, so isn't on a finish. With Grundy waiting on double 10.
60.
There's another point
Rob, you
to bring
require
up when it
20.
comes to our table. And we'll talk about that
No
in a
score.
second. With Whitehead now
Conan,
getting
you
a bonus
require
opportunity for 2-0.
123.
Not anymore. But if it happens again,
87.
Whitehead is waiting on
Rob,
double
you require
18.
20.
So D10, he missed it the wrong
Game shot
side
on the
last time. He
second
hits
leg.
it
Rob
this time,
Grundy.
and Grundy gets off the mark. Rob Grundy, if he wins this match, would move to within 2 points of Conan
Third
Whitehead.
leg,
Remember,
it's
there's always
Conan to
a
throw first. Game on.
subplot in Group A, because there is an enormous advantage in getting yourself into Group B rather than C, where 3
94.
players from 5 go through as opposed to 2 from 6.
Absolutely. But let's address the other elephant in the room, which is the leg difference. Whitehead started the day on +3. Harrison started on +17.
95.
That's the equivalent of 2 more points at this stage. So not only do Matt Dennett and Conan Whitehead have to win all of their games, they're going to have to win them by
125.
margins.
He spoke about that himself, didn't he, in his interview yesterday, that one thing he was looking to do was get himself into a positive leg difference. Very poignant
55.
conversation with Whitehead yesterday, dedicated those 5 victories to his nan.
He started Tuesday morning with a leg difference of -9.
140.
Went to +3 yesterday. So the turnaround of 12. If he could do that again and get to +15,
131.
it makes for quite a bleak
Conan, you
picture.
require 142.
Because you can't see Harrison going backwards.
That last dart was interesting, wasn't it, from Grundy? The second dart
90.
was perfect, apart from the fact that he would have probably knocked it out of the board.
He does run the risk because these darts, I said yesterday with Henry Deacon in the commentary box that the
60.
centre of
Conan, you
gravity
require
on them is
52.
weird.
Game shot on the
Clinical.
third leg. Conan
And
Whitehead.
that would describe how Conan was yesterday. Let us just talk about his doubling yesterday, Murph, because when was the last time
Fourth
you saw
leg, it's
someone
Rob
on
to throw first.
57%
Game
for the
on.
day? That was extraordinary. I looked at his daily numbers, and the most amount of darts he had at double in a match was
140.
9. And he's at it again.
Yeah, fabulous. He's carried on that. He's in fact, if you start from yesterday, he's managed to increase that percentage.
140.
If he goes more than 57% today, I will bow before him. And I want to pay a bit of a compliment to all the
85.
players yesterday. Overall, 40% for the day. That's world class. But the top 4 on the table really were propping up the bottom
97.
2. West on 25%, Piowetsky on 24%. But everybody else, 40% or better.
Has had the air of a man on the mission, Conan Whitehead. Has won this fixture both days as well
80.
as Grundy does get a fallout. 4-3 on Monday, 4-2 at the end of yesterday, and it looks like he might be making his move here. Oh, that was a perfect first dart, but now he needs to rescue this shot.
81.
I wouldn't want to be that second dart right now. It's going to be told off. But if Rob makes one error, Whitehead will be tapping him on the shoulder in the next visit. And he's already pepping himself up in the background.
55.
And when he's pumped up, there aren't many better players at this level of darts in the world.
1-4-1 for Grundy.
59.
Conan Whitehead
Rob, you
leaves it
require
marginally
141.
better. There is a potential break brewing here, but Grundy can put a stop to that. Treble 19 leaves double 12. Will he come back?
129. Conan, you require 124.
Oh, no. That's exactly what he's saying to himself. At worst, you've got to get a single 20 there, and Grundy is going to have a look at double 6.
59. Rob, you require 12.
We did see him pull a dart earlier on. He was going for double 10. He hit double 15. Wouldn't be surprised to see this fly pretty high in that double 6 bed. Well, he's
No score.
split it. I mean, he did fly pretty high, but he split
Conan,
it.
you
But then
require
he pulled the next
65.
one. That is really interesting. Paul Nicholson's jaw is on the floor in the comms box, and Conan Whitehead
25.
can't capitalise. Now, what does he do now?
Rob, you require
Your
12.
guess is as good as mine. I feel like a ghost right now. I'm in that much shock. Why didn't you
shot
do
on
that
the
the
fourth
first time?
leg,
I've
Rob
never
Grundy.
seen anybody split 6s. Who splits double 6?
Yeah, that was bizarre. I don't think he'll do it again.
Fifth leg, it's Conan
I
to
think
throw
he's
first.
thinking, why on earth did
Game
I do
on.
that? And nobody here has the answer. I mean, we're assuming he split it. It might have just been one of the worst darts he'd ever thrown. I did say to go high, Paul.
140.
140.
You're absolutely right. But not that high. And honestly, it's like a game of blackjack. Who split 6s? Nobody.
Well, the mind boggles. Speaking of the
59.
mind, there are two places that games of darts can be won. One's on the board, one's in that space between the ears. Do you think Conan White has played it exactly right, the way that he's been consistently reminding
85.
everybody that he's been the champion here before?
Oh, absolutely. You can't accuse Conan White of a lack of confidence. We always say that. But don't underestimate just how good he is at playing the
100.
mind game. Now, that statement yesterday proves it. One of, if I win all 5 games, I'm going to win this group. That's saying to Andreas, I know you're going to slip up at
98.
one point, and I'm going to be there to mop it up. He's very smart between the ears, is this man, and that's why I like watching him.
Yeah, even yesterday when he'd only had one win, remember on Monday, he still
92.
made everybody else feel like he was the man to beat. Proved to be right. Nobody did beat him yesterday.
Got to get away
38.
from those slippery darts. Just making the job a little harder than maybe it should be. The closer this is, the better it is for Harrison and for Dennant.
98. Conan, you require 140.
We did see this from Matthew Dennant, and we have seen it from Conan Whitehead this week, and he did it on the 18s route.
Yeah, nice leave.
108.
Really good stuff from
Rob, you
Whitehead to work
require
his way down to
152.
double 16, which is exactly what Rob Grundy will be trying to do here.
That's perfect. Double 16.
120.
Heart and mouth stuff there for the
Conan, you
Barbarian.
require
Well, he's
32.
missed a dart for a 1-4-1. He's missed a dart for a
Game shot on the
1-5-2.
fifth flag. Conan Whitehead.
But still the game remains on throw, and Whitehead remains in position to pick up what would
Sixth
be
flag.
a
It's
sixth
Rob to
straight
throw
win.
first. Game on.
I think his primary job in this game is just to get the points, and then he can worry about the leg difference later.
100.
But this is not as easy as his first game yesterday. He was fabulous when he was playing Matthew Dennant, averaging 98.56
91.
with 80% on doubles and a 153 checkout in his first game yesterday. We didn't know it at the time, but he was about to go bananas all day.
By the way, do feel free to
96.
get involved yourself. We welcome your involvement, your interaction at MSS Darts on various social media platforms.
57.
I'm just reading a message on Twitter or X or whatever we're supposed to call it these days, Paul, right now from Sam Golding, who asked the question, have we ever thought about increasing the number of legs for the semis and final on Saturdays? Now, the answer to that is we have, but we
95.
kind of concluded that we quite like this brutal format, almost not quite as brutal as the old News of the World, but a tilt to it
135.
by keeping it the same format all the way through.
Yeah, good question, Sam. Thanks for getting in touch. And I'm with Murph on this one. I think the brutality of playing best of 7 all the way through. The last thing you want
140.
is someone coming to us and saying, well, if you'd kept the old format, I might have won. Great shot. Brilliant.
180.
That's the first 180 of the day. What timing?
Rob, you require
Yeah,
70.
capital P pressure from Conan Whitehead. And it will only be one dart at double. At the end of a combination, he's had a few attempts like this. He's missed them all, but he
Game
nails
shot on
that
the sixth
one.
flag.
And
Rob
Conan
Grundy.
Whitehead is going to have to work for this.
We're talking about two players who have won on the Challenge Tour this year.
7th and final leg. It's Conan to throw
Grundy
first.
is not giving
Game
up.
on.
I love that spirit. And Whitehead knows the importance of this leg.
Is it immediately elimination from that race if he loses this leg?
For me, it feels that way, and I think he understands that it
81.
will feel that way for him.
What happens on a Wednesday is you run out of time, don't you, with every match. Yeah, the points gap could stay the same. Harrison could lose to Białecki, but he's still better off because one of the people chasing him
100.
has got less time to bridge the same gap.
Has to switch. That's all blocked. And that
94.
trusty 54 comes back. Just to give him a one-visit lead. But for how long? It is the first of the month, Murph.
60.
someone's going to do a pinch and a punch on the first of the month, because this is not an obliterating display from either player.
33.
This is going to be a pinch job.
It's Whitehead who's looking for the punch, isn't it, to jab away at Andreas Harrison, but is Rob Grundy going to pinch it? And don't forget, he's got his own battle here. If he beats Whitehead, he's within 2 points of him, and suddenly Conan Whitehead might be thinking about avoiding Group C with Rob
60.
Grundy chasing him.
So much happening every 10 seconds. This is what people love about darts and this format. 140 would be heavenly.
140.
Wonderful from Whitehead to get to the finish first. And he's praying right now in the church that Grundy does not get to 161 or better. But he's going to.
Well, this is a
140.
Group A
Conan, you require
Champions Week
153.
final day match epitomised, isn't it? Because if you look at the first fixture of both Monday and Tuesday, 4-0. Wednesday comes along and we get a last leg
99.
decider.
Rob, you require
Grundy
141.
has missed double 12 for this finish in this match. He's not going to go one better. And Whitehead, who loves double 18 and double top, he has to be sound in his own
65.
mind with what he chooses.
Conan, you require
and the
54.
execution must be on point.
And I think he made that decision when he stood at the back of the hockey. He stepped forward. He's opted for 14 to leave himself on double top. Massive dart incoming.
34.
And it hasn't gone in. Grundy gets his chance.
Rob, you require 76.
And his biggest check out of the match was 70 at the end of the previous leg to take us this far. He's going to get 2 for the match to deny Whitehead 2 invaluable points.
Game shot and the match.
And
Rob Grundy
has grabbed it at the death. Conan Whitehead conquered all yesterday, but today begins with a defeat, and it could be a fatal one in that race to top Group A and stop Andreas Harrison's serene progress to finals night. Whitehead missed 2 match starts. They were the most important thrown in what was a decent enough performance, a decent enough game, but those darts went begging. Grundy got the smash and grab, and that harms Whitehead's chances. It's over to Matthew Dennant next to see if he can hunt down Harrison. He plays Steve West next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. And before the break, a game that Conan Whitehead will want to forget. An average just under the 93 mark, but on the wrong side of a 4-3 scoreline against Rio Grande. And that could have undone the good work that he did yesterday to put himself in a position to try and get out of Group A straight away. But next up for us, Matt Denon. He also starts the day 4 points behind the league leader, Andreas Harrison. He takes on Steve West, who is looking to get himself into contention as well today. Group B being the destination he hopes for. And earlier on this morning, Phil caught up with the scholar.
Matt, here we are, the final day of Group A on Champions Week. How are you feeling ahead of play?
Not too bad, to be fair. I felt like I've played some steady stuff the first couple of days, so just keep pushing and see what happens.
Look, it's a big session for you, Andreas and Conan. You're the three in contention. What's it been like in the practice room early on?
It's been, we're kind of mates anyway, aren't we? So it's not been that bad this morning. I probably might get a bit more nervy, touchy maybe as the day goes on, but everything's fine this morning.
Look, you've got 4 points to try and make up on Andreas. How do you attack this session?
Just go out and try and win games of darts. There's no tactics or plan. Just go and play every game as they come.
The fact that you played before him in this first section and could cut the gap to 2 points, is that just about applying some pressure to him before he plays?
The important job is to try and get the win from my point of view and try and not focus on what Andreas is doing, really.
Just looking at the play, are you setting yourself a target of how many points you think you need to overtake him, or is it you have to win all 5 today? I
have to just go and win them as they come, so just taking them one game at a time.
I'm guessing that game against Andreas that is the important one as well. If you lose that, is that kind of game over for your Group A campaign, do you feel?
You'd imagine so. After it, there's a 4-point gap now, isn't there, from him? So he tore me a new one at the last game yesterday. So
Matt, it's going to be a thrilling race for us to watch, and we wish you all the very best, mate.
Thank you. Cheers, Phil.
Welcome back. Time to see what Steve West can do against the other person who is trying to put pressure on Andreas Harrison here in round 1. We don't discount West yet, because he is still in with a chance. But when you consider his 8 points in the table compared to the 16 that Andreas Harrison has, and a difference in leg difference of 20, it is incredibly unlikely that West will make his way to the pinnacle. But the scholar from the West Midlands has still got a very good chance. But much like Whitehead in that first game, he must get a win here.
Yeah, well, you're absolutely right, Paul. If Steve West loses
First leg,
this
it's
game
Matt to throw
and then
first.
Andreas Harrison goes on to win,
Game
that
on.
would be it in terms of trying to scale the enormously high mountain in front of him. And he would be mathematically out of that equation. But a little like Rob
97.
Grundy beating Matt Denon blows things wide open for Group B, doesn't it? Like Grundy against Whitehead in the previous game. And we might not be
60.
talking about the race to win the group after 2 or 3 games today. We might be focusing on those 4 players and those 2 spots in Group B.
82.
And there will be some very eagle-eyed players here today who are not even playing. The likes of Matt Clark,
100.
Jim McEwen, Anton Östlund are waiting in Group C. They're curious as to who they're going to play the next couple of afternoons.
Absolutely.
41.
And in the evening on Thursday, Group B, Chris Quantock, Daryl Pilgrim, Moreno McKells.
I'll ask you a question, Murph, before we get too deep into this second game of the day.
91.
From what we've seen this week, over the last 2 days and 1 game, is Pilgrim still favourite?
I'd have to say yes. I think
95.
Andreas Harrison has sort of emerged as a contender that wasn't particularly on everybody's mind before the week started. I made no bones about
60.
predicting Steve West might go and become the champion. However, I'm going to say it. I've changed my mind. I'm now going for Pilgrim. Steve West's performances have actually talked me out of
98.
bidding for him.
But the mission in the first 5 days is just to get to Saturday. And then Saturdays are a very different proposition.
100.
I think I agreed with your
Matt, you
assessment, Paul,
require
that Steve
88.
West, having played last week, maybe needed to win Group A. All that remains to be seen. Dennant looks at double 14 and
Shot on
hits
the
double
first
14.
leg, Matt Dennant.
Steve West wonders what's going on because let's not forget, he had a brilliant start on Monday morning. He won his first
Second
three
leg,
matches.
it's Steve to throw first.
Then he went on a spell of losing game after game, 4-0. He was beaten by Harrison in the first match of
40.
Tuesday. Then he lost this fixture 4-1 against Dennant. And that run continued with a
100.
defeat to Conan Whitehead, but his performance levels turned in that match. He actually played really well. Both men averaged over 101. He went on to get a win in his next game, ending a 6-match losing streak.
The West is one of only 2 players coming into Wednesday who had a negative impact on his
95.
average from Monday to Tuesday. He went down by 1.46 points from day 1 to day 2, but still maintained an average of 91.38 yesterday. So his levels haven't dropped that much, but his output points-wise dropped
96.
by quite the margin. In order to make himself feel better, I think there's only one thing
96.
that will cheer up Steve today, and that's making the top 3. Because he would dearly love to have the day to himself and to come here at around about 7 o'clock tomorrow instead of somewhere around 10:30 in the morning.
60. Steve, you require 130.
Well, this to level up the early exchanges in this encounter. Needed the treble 20 with one of those 2
65.
darts. Ends up
Matt, you require
cutting
150.
his score in half.
Name of the game is to cut the score down completely.
64. Steve, you require 65.
Will it happen here? Double top.
25.
Steve West
Matt, you
genuinely
require
thinks
86.
he should hit double top with every dart he throws. There's not many people on the planet who think that.
54.
Well, he'll be
Steve,
thinking
you
it
require
now.
40.
He won't be thinking that he will hit it. He'll be thinking he has to hit it, and he
Shot
has
on the
hit it.
second leg, Steve West.
Perfectly pitched, all square.
Just looking at the overall numbers from yesterday, you did have 4
Third
players
leg,
who
it's Matt to throw first.
went
Game
in a
on.
positive way with their Tuesday average. Harrison went up by half a point. Dennant went up by
100.
2.5 points. Grundy by nearly 4.5 points. Whitehead nearly 10 points. That's why he had such a good day.
Just look at that there, Paul.
60.
Steve West's stubbornness, refusing to switch when he clearly blocked that bed.
That's what his game is all about.
100.
Maximising visits on the treble 20 and use of double top. And if he needs it, double 10. But that small 20 has been found
81.
an awful lot in 2.5 legs. Meaning that maybe the switches have to come into it.
Yeah, it's a low dart that troubles West. And causes
140.
the head shakes that we see so often from Steve. It was great to see him succeed on Saturday just gone and dedicate that
60.
victory to his partner.
Matt, you require 161.
Share the great support to him. Matt Dennant succeeded the previous Saturday and also dedicated the win to his partner, partly because she's spending another week
125.
changing the nappies herself. Newborn child, and that would be a nice little bonus, wouldn't it, to turn that £5,000 into £25,000 this
60.
week.
Matt, you require 36.
Double 18.
Game shot on the third
Double
leg.
9 is not
Matt
a problem
Dennant.
for a 2-1 lead. Dennant desperate to get within 2 points. Of the
Fourth
top
leg, it's
spot,
Steve to
with
throw
Harrison
first.
having
Game on.
that game in hand against Białowieski after this. But if Dennant was to win, it would severely dent the chances
28.
of West getting to the top 3.
It's even difficult to predict what Harrison
100.
might do in that opening match based on his opening fixtures for the last 2 days, because yesterday he beat Steve West 4-0 with one of his best performances of the week. But the day before he lost to Matthew Dennant 4-0 with his worst performance of the
140.
week.
You can look at it 2 ways. One, he just had a nervy start. Yesterday, he's very
87.
much in tune with what he had to do. But then again, if you look at each day in a singular sense, he might revert back to playing like he did on Monday morning. We're not getting a great deal of 180 so far here today. We only got one in the first game, and that's the first of this one. And yesterday, we had 34.
42.
Which was one
Steve,
more
you require
than the previous day.
153.
Again, that dart blocking the bed, but he just managed to somehow crash in off it.
91.
And he is in pole position to get this leg and level up the match at 2-2. Doesn't matter if you have an off leg as long as you rectify
Steve,
it with
you
the next
require
one.
62.
And like you said, though, Murph, time is ticking today, and time is ticking in every game.
Game shot on the
Lovely
fourth
shot,
leg.
2-2,
Steve West.
15 darter. But he must break Dennon's throw at some point, otherwise it will be a first loss
Fifth
of the
leg,
day
it's Matt to throw
for
first.
Steve.
Game on.
Just looking at the way this day has started, are we seeing
96.
the end of group nervousness? Are we seeing that feeling that the players know that today's the day that really
140.
matters? Because we've played every possible leg so far.
Yeah, I think so. Monday morning, you're not really
58.
100% sure what you're going to expect from the other players. But now that you've seen them for a couple of days, you know exactly what they're going to do.
45.
Steve is mystified with this scoring performance so far. A couple of tons, 3 140s and a 180. His doubling has been brilliant. 2 hits from 3, but
40.
it's still not the kind of performance that he's used to, and he's been averaging over 91 all week. And that's a good 8% less in this game, so that's why he's mystified.
Just to highlight that point further,
85.
this leg actually is now equaling, halfway through the second match, the amount of legs we played in the entirety of the first 3 matches yesterday. All of them finished 4-0.
97.
I think yesterday in round 1 it was more surprising to have 3 4-0s in a row. Just playing weird on Halloween.
123.
And it's amazing what happens when you actually use the treble 19 a bit more. He comes up with an opportunity to break the throw. Now, because you like tops so much, Steve, the shot here really
56.
is 417s
Steve, you require 108.
for double top. Oh, that was so clattery against his first start. He couldn't usurp
88.
that blocker.
Matt, you require
There's no
154.
bad look there. He just had to go maybe a millimetre or 2 to the left or right of that dart. But he does get a chance to break with another visit in the
58.
bank.
And he
Steve,
has
you
shown
require
a
20.
penchant for double 10 the last couple of weeks, Steve West.
Game shot on the
And
fifth
that's
leg.
why.
Steve West.
West bides his time, makes his move, and now has the darts. And Andreas Harrison must have his feet up
Sixth
and
leg,
is just
it's
about
Steve
to
to
light
throw
a cigar
first.
in the practice
Game
room.
on.
Andreas is the kind of guy that if he had won the lottery or if
45.
he'd lost the ticket, he would have the same expression. But it seems like everything is going his way so far, and he hasn't even thrown a dart yet.
85.
Yeah, Sebastian Białecki, by the way, in that match, if he is defeated by the league leader, will not even be able to make it to Group B. So Group C, I mean, it seems certain anyway for Białecki, but that would be
180.
the first confirmed thing from this group. And Steve West confirms that he's very much now the favourite to win this, and both of the chasers for Harrison would have
78.
lost their opening matches.
It may be critical for Steve that if he was to grind out this win, he's got a bit of time ahead of playing Sebastian Białecki in Game
83.
6. He can see everybody else and what they're doing before he strikes again. But he's still got a job to do here.
97.
And so far, so good. A 1 dart lead on throw.
39.
I'm not sure there is a word in the English language that can describe how Steve feels about that visit. I could hazard a guess, but I can't on live television.
He gets away with
31.
it. Dennant couldn't even find a treble.
Check 46. Steve, you require 154.
So Steve West will get 2 visits to take out the 154 that would seal in victory. Smart use of the ball.
64.
Even though he doesn't get a treble, it's still very smart because it takes him into the territory where he can stay straight on the 20s and guarantee a match start on the bullseye. However, he's going to have to do it now.
171. Steve, you require 90.
20. 20. Gets the treble for the double five. And
shot.
Steve
And the
West
match.
wins.
Steve West.
He denies Denon. And Andreas Harrison is sitting happy. He's the big winner in the first two matches, even though he hasn't played in either of them. It's Steve West who gets the victory over Denon. That means that both Conan Whitehead and Matthew Denon in positions 2 and 3 have lost, and Andreas Harrison will get the opportunity to further extend his lead when he plays bottom of the table. Sebastian Białecki next.
Right, hello again. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. So before the break, Steve West got his day up and running with victory, getting the better of Matt Denon by 4 legs to 2. And so Dirty Harry is probably as happy as Larry, and he'll be an even more happy chappy if he can get the better of Białecki, because he will stretch his lead at the top of the table to 6 points with just 8 left to play for. An early one this morning. Phil Bars caught up with the man from Sweden.
Andreas, here we are, final day of Group A. You sit top of the table. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling great, of course. I didn't expect it to be on top of the table. So, yeah, it was great.
It's been a great 2 days for you so far. How do you approach today? Obviously, you've got a little bit of a lead, but is it still fully focused?
Yeah, I should go in and play just normal, just try to do the same as yesterday and the day before.
Those 2 games against Conan and Matt today are going to be huge. If you win both of them, job done for you, do you feel?
Yeah, maybe. They should be. If I win the both, I should be in a good position, I think.
When you have got a gap at the top of the table, is it easier to relax because you have got a little bit of wiggle room?
No, I don't want to relax. I just want to go in and do what I can do.
When you won your week, you played some brilliant stuff, and it looks as if you just carried on here. Confidence must be sky high right now.
Yeah, I feel quite good, I think.
And what would it mean to book your place in Champions Night at the earliest opportunity?
Yeah, it would be great. I'm still aiming for the evening, I think. So yeah, but a direct place would be great. So
you're still not dreaming of winning Group A just yet?
I was still dreaming, of course.
And look, what would it mean to you just to get to finals night and be among those 6 players competing for £20,000?
It would be fantastic. We would be over the moon if I get there. So
Andreas, wish you all the very best today ahead of play, mate. Thank you very much.
thank you.
Man, a few words. And I am talking about Andreas Harrison. We could say the same for Sebastian Białowski, but if you were to interview him right now, I'm not sure it would be as cheerful. Yes, that was cheerful from Andreas Harrison, because he doesn't give a great deal of emotion away. Typically Swedish in that way of thinking, but we like that because he doesn't feed his opponents any weakness, and he hasn't shown much weakness here this week. He's been really, really good. And even though he hasn't had the best statistics when it comes to daily doubling or daily average, he is very comfortable at the top of the table. And if he beats Białowski here, he's going to have a 6-point cushion going into round 2.
Yeah, the 19-year-old has not had the dream start. He's had the nightmare start, in truth. 1 win per day in Group A. The opposite for Andreas Harrison, who has had 1 defeat per day.
First leg, it's Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
Jack Garwood gets proceedings underway now. Both of the higher placed players in Group A so far have been beaten. Conan Whitehead going down to Rob Grundy, and Steve West doing for Matt Denon. So
85.
Białowski looking to bring everybody back in by beating Harrison here.
60.
Unquestionably, everybody wants Sebastian to win this game, who is sitting in the practice room right now. You're absolutely right, Murph. The reduction in
58.
form yesterday, even though Białowski did get 2 points, just like Monday, just shy of 24 hours ago, his output, when it came to his averages,
140.
was reduced by 8.5 points on Tuesday. That's drastic. And whereas his range was around about 8 points on Monday between his bottom average and his top average, which we were loading yesterday morning,
140.
his range yesterday was over 20 points. However, it's range that I want to talk about
83.
with Harrison, because comparing his Monday numbers to his Tuesday numbers, it was 0.5 point between the 2 daily averages. That's the main reason why he's at the top.
48.
He's been coasting at this very effective level and causing problems for everybody since game 2 on Monday.
Well, Białowski is first to a finish,
100.
but it's a rather
Sebastian,
large
you
one. In
require
fact, could not be
170.
larger. And he won't be taking it out. Harrison will have an early opportunity to break the throw.
He's the only person this week who has not had
Andreas, you require
a ton plus
118.
finish. In fact, his best was yesterday, and it was 85. He might not get a look at that 126 to improve on his personal best for the week,
80.
but he does get a look.
Sebastian, you require 126.
Well, it's all about the 19s. 1 in the treble gives you a chance. 2 in the treble gives you a better chance. It's just the 1, so it's just the bull. Fails
92.
to find it. Harrison will return with a choice
Andreas,
to make.
you require
He
38.
does have a tendency on central doubles and left-hand doubles, that Białecki does tend to drag them to the left.
Game shot on the
As far as
first leg.
Harrison's
Andreas
concerned,
Harrison.
doesn't take him long to get his first break of throw. All going to his script right now.
Second leg, it's Andreas to
Hasn't
throw
lost
first.
to Białecki this week.
Game on.
And if that continues, he's going to have a couple of days off by the looks of it.
I mentioned at the start of the play today that had the results gone the other way, this match could have actually
58.
condemned Białecki officially to Group C. It seems inevitable that he will be there. But Harrison winning this would put him 6 points clear. With just
97.
8 to play for of the chasing 2, and I think the attention would then swiftly turn to the Group B race with only 2 points separating Dennant, Whitehead, Grundy and West.
85.
We've talked a lot about the results that have gone well for Andreas, but what about the results for Rob and Steve?
108.
Well, he has not been Mr. 180 this week. That's only his 5th of the week. But I spoke with Steve West last night.
140.
Categorically, he said, I want Group B. If I can't get this 1% chance of getting through, I want Group B. And
44.
I guarantee you, because of the intensity we saw from Rob Grundy as well, that he's the same.
He wants the Steve rest, doesn't he?
140.
We had to wait 2.5 days for that one.
Well, Białecki hit a 180 in this leg and threatened to break back, but Harrison has just remained cool, calm, consistent and got himself down to a 2-darter first.
96.
Well, this is what he does. He doesn't
Andreas
do
requires
anything
78.
in a massively spectacular way. He just has this ability to deflect really good turns from his opponents and
Game
beat
shot
them
on the
with steady
second leg,
play.
Andreas
And he's
Harrison.
done it again.
Yeah, the steady Swede doubles his advantage.
Third leg, it's Sebastian to throw first.
Białecki
Game on.
having an all too familiar feeling.
Would you like a little bit more evidence about the steadiness of Andreas?
State your case, Mr. Nicholson.
16
59.
from 36 on the doubles. Monday, that was 44%. Yesterday, 19 from 44 for 43%. 1% difference between his daily doubling percentage and less than a point between his averages. And they're at a level that are very competitive, if not world class when it comes to the
140.
doubling. He does this the rest of the week. He's got a superb chance of winning this thing.
$60. $135.
This is a better start from Sebastian, though, it has to be said. He hasn't got a leg yet, but he's looked more likely than his first matches of the day the previous couple of days. But just when you think
Sebastian, you
he's getting
require
a comfortable leg,
167.
Andreas says, I'm not done yet. I'm right behind you if you slip.
By the way, Paul, I've just been informed by our on-the-ball producer that in Andreas'
57.
qualifying week, his doubles percentage for the week was 45%.
I think we're starting to find out that
59.
Andreas likes playing
Sebastian, you require
Well,
110.
you know what he's going to do, but it's so difficult to beat, isn't it? Białecki needs to take out shots like this to beat him, that's for sure. But there's that
78.
slight drift to the left, and
Andreas,
Andreas
you require
Harrison
142.
wants to go from steady to spectacular.
here. He had his biggest finish yesterday of
27.
161, and it's now the
Sebastian,
biggest
you
finish
require 32.
of the week by anybody. Maybe the most spectacular thing he's done. He's not moving.
16.
That's what he could see.
Andreas, you require 115.
That was a really awkward shot.
Well, he does throw darts that tend to lean and eclipse those kind of segments. We do see him move away from those segments at times as well when he
99.
starts to get
Sebastian, you require
frustrated
16.
with the misses.
We all get frustrated with the misses.
Game shot on
there's
the
a
third
hit.
leg. Sebastian Białecki.
But only Greta with a little shake of the head just goes to show this has been heavy weather for Białecki this week so far.
Fourth
and
leg, it's Andreas
he's
to
got
throw
to
first. Game on.
reset tomorrow and start again.
And he will. It will feel very familiar as well. You think about what he did
60.
when he won week 9, beating Andy Bolton by 4 legs to 3 in the final. That took guts, because he'd lost to Bolton in the previous series in the final. And just to get to Saturday, he had to plough his way through a very competitive Group C environment.
100.
Doesn't like that, and we mentioned that lean to the left. That's why it was in the wrong side of the treble for him. So he very cleverly switched, and he's got the maximum benefit of it.
It's still not out of the question
100.
that Sebastian could win this game. Bring a smile to his face and bring smiles to the other 4 players as well.
Well, does it actually... I mean, this would be a stretch, but does it actually
58.
start to give Robert Grundy and Steve West reason to, as Andreas put it, dream of top spot, not just second or third?
I'm not really sure that West
100.
and Grundy are thinking about top spot at the minute. I think they're fully focused on getting to the top 3. But if Andreas is halted a couple of times, they might start to think differently.
Well, Andreas' next match is against
54.
Conan Whitehead, one of the players that's
Andreas
trying to chase him.
require
This could get very
141.
interesting very quickly. But he could put all that to bed by taking out 141 right now and put Sebastian back in his box.
Getting
What
shot
a
on the
shot
fourth
that
leg.
is.
Andreas Harrison.
Everybody else can dream. He's going to go and get it. Once again, Andreas Harrison does the business.
Fifth leg, it's Sebastian
What
to throw
timing.
first. Game on.
And what a finish.
That wasn't dirty. That was dishy. Absolutely supreme hitting there from Andreas.
95.
Incredible timing. This guy walks around here without a care in the world. In a classy darting sense, he's like a Rolex.
100.
Yeah, just that ultra consistency when it's needed, and when something a little bit special is required, then he can do that as well.
At that point, when
93.
he's on that 141, I was plotting a 2-2 game. He's got this ability to have a difference-making shot just when he needs
85.
it. That first game on Monday, all of a sudden, I'm going to call him out. I think he sent in a hologram for the first game and had a bit of a lie-in. Because since then, he's been a totally different person.
82.
Well, if you are coming along Saturday night for Champions
60.
Night and you like what you see from Andreas Harrison, I expect you to be wearing a beard to support him.
I couldn't agree more. There are many people out there in the darting universe who like to support Simon Whitlock,
64.
who's from just down the road, of course. He lives in a suburb of Portsmouth, but get yourself a beard, come down and support the Swede. He might even be joined by another Swede on Saturday. And Anton Östlund is playing in Group
66.
C, and I know how much he wants
Sebastian,
to
you
make
require
Saturday alongside
167.
Dirty Harrison.
By the way, we're expecting you to buy one. We don't think anyone can grow that from a standing start.
84.
I wonder if he's going to shave it all off for Movember come Saturday night. Go on, Dirty Harrison. If you win this week,
100.
the beard's got to
Sebastian, you
go.
require 83.
Well, the beard may be cheered, but Białecki's out to stop him. It's a dart at the bullseye. Never considered anything smaller.
58. Andreas, you
Or anything
require
bigger, but
90.
you get my drift.
This is one of the shots of the day so far from Steve West. And he got it on 5-5. Andreas
65.
doesn't quite get it on the bullseye.
Sebastian, you
Białecki
require
breathes
25.
again.
Does he persevere with 8-8s? He does. Oh, right on the wire, 4-4. He thought it was in. That's why he's just having a relook and a reset.
17.
And there is the
Andreas, you require
disappointment
25.
written all over his face. Well, a rare slip from Harrison. Can he rescue it? He wants a target. He's just seen Białecki miss,
17.
but he misses it as well.
Sebastian, you require 8.
An unlikely reprieve
Game shot on the 5th
And
leg.
Sebastian-
Sebastian Białecki.
takes us to leg number 6. 2 bright sparks here for the chasing pack. 1,
Sixth leg, it's
stopping
Andreas to
Andreas
throw
getting
first.
the win, and
Game
2,
on.
getting a little bit closer to possibly minimise that leg difference as well.
100.
He's 14 ahead in leg difference at the top of the table. That is enormous at this stage. That can't be underestimated at all.
125.
He's never been one of those players, Sebastian, where he puts in the 107 average, the 110, the 111, the 113
96.
that we've seen in a Champions Week or indeed in this series. He's more of a, I'm willing to put in a 98 to 101 at some
55.
point. But is he in that kind of form right now? I say no. I'd say no about that with Andreas as well. His best average of the week, 100.2,
58.
which is equal 15 darters. You might need a little bit more than that just once or twice to get the job done this week.
Białecki needs to find something very quickly in this leg.
84.
He does have his nose very slightly in front, but it's still advantage Andreas at this point. And that advantage may be getting bigger.
140.
I was just about to say, he's really got to get to 97 here.
95.
I don't think that's
Andreas,
enough.
you require 107.
It's not an out where you've got an out. You've got to get 3 perfect darts when you get your chance.
71. Sebastian, you require 142.
Well, it would have to be out of the ordinary here. We saw Andreas Harrison take out a 141 to turn the match in his
58.
favour. The
Andreas, you
142
require
not even
36.
threatened by Białecki, and it's a double 18 that he
Game
completed
shot
that
and the
combo
match.
on.
Andreas
That he
Harrison.
wins the match on, and Andreas Harrison seems to be easing through to finals night on Champions Week here at the MODUS Super Series. We've seen defeats for the chasers, Whitehead and Denon, but it's a victory for Harrison against the basement boy Białecki, and now it looks like he can see the rainbow. He's almost there. Rob Grundy and Matt Denon are up next. One of them will emerge as maybe the favourite to try and catch him.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We have to say Andreas Harris has got a firm grip now on Champions Night after getting the better of Sebastian Białowski by 4 legs to 2 before the break. Right, this is what we've seen so far, that every single game, incidentally, has gone against the darts thus far. Steve West beating Matt Denham and Will Grundy beating Conan Whitehead. So this is what it does in terms of the league table. And if you're Andreas Harrison, well, there will be a smile beneath the beard because he's opened up a 6-point gap at the top of the table with just 8 left to play for in the group. So Matt Denham and Conan Whitehead, you sense now, are in that sort of territory where they're going to have to win the lot. It's Denham in action up next. He takes on Will Grundy, who's already made pay for one of that chasing pack today in Conan Whitehead in beating him by 4 legs to 3. Watching this one in the commentary box is Paul Nicholson and Chris Murphy.
I think we now have to turn our attention to the middle of the table to see whether there is a chance for either of these two and another two to possibly catch Andreas Harrison at the top. Off air, both myself and Chris Murphy just looked at each other and said, well, this looks done. And I'm sure everybody watching this feels the same. I said at the top of the show with Henry, how many times do you see someone 4 points ahead coming into a Wednesday and then they relinquish that? Not very often.
First leg, it's Rob to throw first. Game on.
How often do you see someone with a 6-point advantage with 4 games left relinquishing that? Never.
The man throwing the darts now, I think this is the key match for Rob Grundy.
83.
He's 2 points behind Matt Denham and Conan Whitehead. Now, if he loses this match, that becomes 4 with only 6 to play for. So in terms of that race for Group B, Rob Grundy, I think, probably needs to win this match. Conan Whitehead referred to 4 pointers in his interview earlier. This is one
96.
of them. He's also teetering on the tightrope in terms of winning the group. If he loses this match, he'll be officially out of that particular race because he'll be 8 points adrift of Harrison with only 6 to go.
140.
I know we've got to remain 100% professional, looking at everything in the grand scheme of things, but let's face facts, Murph. Harrison's not going to lose this group. He's just not. I don't see any form of weakness
60.
in that player right now that sees him lose the rest of his matches, which is exactly what's going to happen.
But even with victory against Rob Grundy in his first match, Conan Whitehead could have been 4 points behind, then would have played Harrison in the next
81.
game to close that to 2. That was the kind of sort of situation that a neutral would have wanted, but I think you were spot on, Paul. I think, unfortunately,
60.
From a neutral
Rob, you require
perspective, the race is done in
141.
terms of top of the table, but we do have a very good race for Group B that includes these 2 players. Now, we saw a 141 from Harrison. He did that on double 18.
117.
Grundy has now twice missed it on double
Matt,
12.
you require 141.
By very different margins. Just to throw the cat amongst the pigeons for a tiny bit, though.
Rob,
wouldn't
you
it
require
be really
24.
interesting if it did go to the last round? If something was
Game
to
shot
happen,
on the first leg,
if
Rob
Grundy or
Grundy.
Denham were to make a charge, or indeed somebody else, it would make for a very fitting Champions League
Second leg,
Group
it's
A
Matt to throw
finale.
first. Game on.
There's no margin for error now for Grundy or Steve West. They've got to keep winning. Harrison somehow got to lose all of his games. That's very unlikely to happen.
100.
The thing that could make it interesting is if Conan White can conquer Harrison in the next match, just as he did yesterday, by the way. He was the one that beat him.
We often say that
60.
people in the practice room will favour somebody on the stage to do them a favour. That's going to change so much in the next couple of rounds.
51.
It's like you're supporting 3 or 4 different football teams, trying to aid your own team. I'd love it to go to the wire, but I just don't see it.
100.
But what is going to go to the wire is this race for the top 3. This could be nail-biting.
108.
Brilliant darts from Dennant. Paul Nicholson will be getting rather excited alongside me. His favourite thing in darts is a player taking out 350 in 6.
140. Matt, you require 170.
Oh, Matthew. That would have been brilliant for this week. You could have put your name against Jim McEwen and Andy Jenkins, the only two who have done it since we started at the beginning
60.
of 2021. Yeah, we only get 356 once a year, maximum.
The maximum score followed by the maximum checkout.
105.
He will
Matt, you require
settle
110.
for taking out 110, but if he doesn't take it out, he'll be feeling very unsettled. Choices. Chose treble 18, didn't get near it.
54. Rob, you require 96.
Only needs 2 here. 60 leaves 36. There's a 60. And
Game shot
there
on the
is the
second leg,
36.
Rob Grundy.
Doubles his lead.
Somebody's turning up today. Showed a bit of grit to get through
Third leg,
his
it's Rob
game
to
with
throw
Whitehead in
first.
game 1.
Game on.
This is quality. Averaging 100 for the first couple of legs and is doubling almost faultless.
45.
There's an old school nature about the way that Rob plays the game. In his mid-40s, I'm sure he remembers
140.
when he was younger watching some of the people from the Northeast playing at Lakeside and making names for themselves. People like Phil Nixon.
140.
There's somebody from his sort of neck of the woods that I want to send a bit of a shout out to. One of the first players from the northeast of England to get capped for
58.
England. What a player he was as well. Doug McCarthy. What a player. You mentioned certain names like that, and they deserve a bit of praise.
136.
If this had been around in the 1980s, someone like Doug McCarthy would have played in it. And I'm sure Phil Nixon would have in the noughties.
99.
Well, you said it. Rob Grundy has turned up. He won that battle with Conan Whitehead. Remember, Whitehead did miss 2 darts to beat him in that one, but having won it,
140.
it looks like he's decided to build upon it.
He's playing a bit like Bob the Builder at the minute. Can he win it?
125. Rob, you require
Answer the question,
40.
Rob. Double 10. He's
Shot on
Rob the
the
Builder.
third leg, Rob Grundy.
Building a very good platform here for a charge.
Average
Fourth
in
leg,
3
it's Matt
figures.
to throw first. Game
The
on.
Grundy.
Best of the week, 96.97. Got that yesterday. And that was in his
97.
first game against Białecki, where Sebastian didn't turn up at all. But when someone doesn't play well at all against you and you still put in big numbers, that shows the kind of focus that you have got. You're
93.
not bogged down by what your opponent's doing. You're just doing what you have to do. I was impressed with that yesterday.
Well, it's an average of 15 darts a leg. In this particular match, he's gone 16, 14, 15.
57.
But if he has turned up, then can we say that Matthew Denham hasn't?
140.
Because this would be 2 straight defeats to start his day. But don't forget he was a group leader after Monday.
Yeah, very true. Good point.
140.
Matt is averaging 95 in leg 4 and hasn't had a dart at a double. Not only has Rob played well, but he's timed everything brilliantly. Refusing to let his opponent have a chance.
92.
May get one here. Needed that treble.
97.
Certain scenarios will have gone through the minds of the players as they went to bed last night. How am I going to feel after 2 rounds? Where am I going to be?
81. Matt, you require
If
110.
Matt doesn't take this 110, this might be the worst case scenario that went through his mind yesterday.
82.
For the man who was
Rob,
top
you
of the table
require
after
95.
Monday, if he's not careful, it could be Group C for him if Grundy keeps charging the way he is. 20 in bull for a 4-0 win.
Can he bounce it in off the barrier?
70.
He went on top of it instead of
Matt, you
beside it.
require
I
28.
think you should have gone the other way to try and slide it in off the barrel.
Can Dennant avoid the whitewash? Double 14 becomes double 7.
Game shot on the 4 flag.
Finds it.
Matt Dennant.
And the game ain't over yet.
Everybody's very hungry here at the Super Series this morning because we haven't
Fifth
got any
leg,
early
it's Rob
morning
to throw
bagels
first.
like yesterday.
Game on.
We were full by round 4. 3 bagels for everyone.
Yeah, that paired with the fact that because of those results,
96.
lunchtime was getting closer, wasn't it? Seems to be getting further away some days.
134.
This is the last day of the week where we start early. 9:30 start on Monday to Wednesday, and then tomorrow we start at 1 o'clock. We will be live on the MODUS
81.
Super Series YouTube channel. And then we will join our friends at Sporty Stuff TV 90 minutes later
108.
in the mix of Group C action. It's a second 180 for Dennant in this game, but it's not 180s he needs, it's legs. If he's going to get maximums, he must back them up with big scores.
140.
Otherwise, Rob Grundy is going to be right there to steal this game away before he even has a chance.
57.
Well, 130 when Dennant returns. It's a big shot, but it's one of those with a double chance.
Now, that shot was
100.
exactly what I was talking about.
Matt, you require
180 is a
130.
great score, but if you don't get any troubles with your next visit, it makes the next shot even harder. Great dart. Bullseye to save the match.
89. Rob, you require 84.
He's been very accomplished in this department throughout this game. He's averaging around 100. If he takes this out, he'll stay there. And he'll win convincingly. 14 segment. And he leaves that bull. We've had plenty of
42.
opportunities at that target
Matt, you
over the last
require
couple of legs,
41.
but neither man has managed to find it.
Is the game still alive? It might not
33.
be.
Rob,
Grundy's
you
got
require
his pick.
42.
Because he hit a small number with his last dart going for the bull. He had his choice, but he's made an error in that part of the board again. 27 left.
Yeah, that arm must feel like it's got a weight on it. Oh, he's only just in there. He's almost done it again. Everything's feeling heavy all of a sudden for Rob Grundy. And if you look at that, it's actually blocked the
Game shot
target.
and the match.
Now,
Rob
that is
Grundy.
either another pull or an absolutely genius dart, because they only had the bottom of the bed to aim at. Rob Grundy wins 4-1. I'm not sure he knows how he's got over the line, but it doesn't take away from what was a very good performance. An average of 95.38, 4 out of 9 on the doubles. A nice 96 checkout in there as well. A really, really good start from Rob Grundy, who doubles his win tally for the day. Coming next, Andreas Harrison, edging towards a Group A title. He faces Conan Whitehead. It's double shot. He's a step. The MODUS Super Series champion.
And it could be the Swede, Andreas Harrison, that books his place through to the final. If he beats Conan Whitehead in this game, he is through to Champions Night on Saturday. Tickets for Saturday are still available via dartshop.tv if you want to be here on the South Coast. Before the break, we saw Rob Grundy get the better of Matt Dennett 4-1, setting up this opportunity for Harrison to make his way into the final. Can he take it? Let's find out. Paul Nicholson, Chris Murphy.
Thanks, Henry. And yes, indeed, Andreas Harrison could get the job done here. He takes on Conan Whitehead, who identified this game earlier as a 4-pointer. And it certainly is the case. Because if he beats Harrison here, not only does he stop him winning the group now, but it means that Harrison wouldn't even win the group by winning his next game, which is a bizarre situation. But in closing the gap, Whitehead would still have the chance, well, by winning this match, to beat him on points. If Harrison won his next
First
game,
leg,
Whitehead
it's
could still
Andreas to
level
throw
him
first.
on points, so it wouldn't be over
Game
until
on.
at least Conan Whitehead played again in game 9.
It's got the feeling of a final, Murph, that's for sure. We're about to find out what Whitehead will do
100.
against the player that he played in game 12 yesterday. It was a good scrap, 4 legs to 3. But I'll ask you the question. Even if he wins 4-3, I don't think that's good enough. I think that leg difference is lurking at the minute. And with a 17-leg advantage, that's the ace up his
100.
sleeve.
Well, he could, on paper, he could have an 8-leg swing here, couldn't he? Whitehead needs to batter him, basically.
Yep, treat him like a
30.
nice piece of cod.
I just got that. I was slow on the uptake. Very good, Paul.
But if you want to go full Swedish,
36.
Andreas wants to cure this problem and turn Conan into a bit of Gravadlax.
108.
It looks like he's going for the cod at the moment.
Maybe he's answered his Call of Duty.
Very good.
33.
He needs to be very good. And that was very bad from Andreas Harrison. Here comes Conan again, and this would be the perfect start. And it's back-to-back perfect visits. This leg for Conan Whitehead, 60, 30, 180, 180.
35. Conan, you require 51.
Double 16. Already talking to himself.
19.
He's got time on his side, but he's not going to rest on shots like that. He wants to get rid of these legs as soon as possible to drain any hope from the Swede. I think he's not gone into beast mode here.
77. Conan, you
He's gone
require
into
32.
Terminator mode.
Double 8. Having to move slightly. Usually pretty adept at doing that and being successful.
16.
But it's on the wire. And
Andreas,
Harrison has an
require
opportunity that he
120.
didn't expect. The Swede shakes his own head. Can't believe he's got this chance. Question is, do you feel lucky?
60. Conan, you require 16.
Can't miss this time. And doesn't.
On the first leg, Conan
It was a
Whitehead.
spectacular leg for a while. But the main thing is that he wins it.
You cannot write this man off.
Second leg, it's Conan to throw
He
first.
lost 4
Game
out
on.
of 5 games on Monday. The bookies wrote him off, went from leading the betting to trailing in it. Was the front runner to the outsider,
60.
and then he won 5 matches. After that first defeat today, we wrote him off. We said, this is it now. Harrison will win the group. Yeah, Conan Whitehead still feels, evidently,
140.
that he can stop that from happening.
I think if we all had a little bit of Conan's spirit,
100.
we'd squeeze a little bit more juice from life. That's the kind of bloke he is. Spend 10 minutes with him, and I dare you not to feel better about yourself.
100.
He's that kind of person. He's an I will person. I am going to. It's not I hope. We talked about that a lot
60.
a couple of weeks ago when we were here. People doing interviews saying, well, I hope I do this. I'd like to do this. With Conan, it's I'm going to do it. We could all do with a bit of that in our life.
100.
We've got two very contrasting characters on that stage right now. In fact, Andreas Harrison, even if we were interviewing after winning the group, he'd still be saying he's aiming for Group
58.
B.
Andreas, you require 161.
Conan Whitehead, as you rightly say, he's going to get it, whether it is Group B or even higher aspirations than that. He's kind of shooting for the moon and
60.
expecting to land on a star.
Does he want to switch with this start or the next one? I think he should stay up top first.
41.
Well, he tried to leave it even better than it could
Andreas,
have
you
been and
require
actually ended up paying
101.
the price, didn't he?
I think that was a somewhat risky play. These were the final three darts
shot
of
on the
yesterday
second leg,
from
Andreas
Andreas, and he's
Harrison.
done it again. With another ton plus out, he equalises at 1-1.
Third leg, it's Andreas to throw first.
I think Whitehead
Game
knows
on.
that he needs to win big. A tight win is not enough.
140.
Just doesn't seem to show any weakness whenever he plays. When he played at the Indigo in 2020,
85.
he was just like this, albeit with a very smaller beard. When he's played for his country in the World Cup in Denmark this year, stoic as ever with his teammates.
137.
And for someone like Conan, who likes to feed off other players, and he likes to give it
100.
some, when you play against someone who is so statuesque, you feel like you've got no license to do it.
Yeah, it's a fair point. Not that they'll react in any negative way to
100.
it, but you just kind of feel a little foolish, don't you?
It's a good
125.
visit. It doesn't get him to a
Andreas, you
finish.
require 124.
And even if he does find that big five every now and again, you can't show the disappointment to your opponent. And more importantly,
92.
you've got to stay on point. You've got to do your best, but not try too hard, in the words of Chris Mason.
57. Andreas, you require 32.
Can he use that?
Game shot on the third
See
leg.
there,
Andreas
just
Harrison.
used it as a guide and has managed to work his way in front. A roll of the eyes from Conan Whitehead. He knew what he'd done by winning that first
Fourth leg,
leg. He
it's
put
Conan
himself
to
in the
throw
perfect
first.
position.
Game on.
We said he had to probably win this game 4-0. That's not going to happen. Can he even win the game?
How many times are we going to see it?
100.
That the Swede is playing not at the spectacular level of some other players in different games, but against his biggest adversaries in this Group A situation, he seems to have the answer to
26.
whatever they do. Not all the time, because he hasn't won every game, but the majority of the time.
45.
And when he's getting to the double, he's very effective so far. 2 hits from 3.
$140.
Could put Sweden on the map this week, becoming the third different nation to win a series title here in Portsmouth. Only England
100.
and Australia so far have done that.
Conan Whitehead the first, Raymond Smith the second, Luke Littler the third and fourth.
140.
Who will be the fifth? Will it be a repeat winner? Will it be this man? Or will we get a new name on the trophy? Find out Saturday night, 7:30
140.
on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. The semis and finals from 10 on Sporty Stuff TV. £20,000 to the winner.
And there's a buzz about Portsmouth,
140.
especially this
Conan, you
morning.
require
Speaking to a couple of people on the
116.
street on the way here, they were both talking about Champions Week.
Well, Andreas Harrison might be about to
60.
assure
Andreas,
that
you
his
require
name
55.
is amongst the finalists. Double top would move him to within a leg.
15.
He can't find it.
Conan, you
Can
require
Conan halt his
56.
progress?
Double top.
Game shot on the fourth
He does
leg.
halt him for
Conan
now.
Whitehead.
The maximum leg swing in this game that's left is 4.
Fifth leg, it's
That
Andreas to
would
throw it
take
first.
Whitehead to
Game
plus
on.
4 and Harrison to plus 17. So that's 13 legs the difference.
100.
This is the only game that Conan can play today where he can affect Harrison to the max.
Interestingly, next game for Harrison is against Robert
43.
Grundy, who is so far the best player to date.
Unquestionably.
He's in the same spot as Conan. Has played a game more, but he's on 12
100.
points and he has a +2 leg difference.
$100.
Following this will be Steve West against Sebastian Białowski. Group C bound, the pole. And Matt Clark,
45.
Jim McEwen, and the other Swede in Champions Week, Anton Ostlund, await.
$58.
Just hasn't been happening for Whitehead in this game. Same way it was against everybody yesterday. This is a grind, this one. The average is 78.
78.
Andreas plodding along at 87. Just waiting for an opportunity. And he's going to get one here in leg 5.
60.
You see that Arnold Schwarzenegger character on the back of that shirt of
100.
Conan Whitehead at the minute. He's actually in the country at the minute, is Arnold.
Popping down finals night.
That would be something. I'm sure that would get Conan fired up, and in fact, everybody.
40. Andreas, you require 78.
Of course, last time Conan made it to Champions Week, he was the one saying, I'll be back. And he is. But Andreas Harrison
Game shot on the fifth leg.
is
Andreas
now
Harrison.
within a leg of making it to Saturday, making it to Champions Night, and being the first name.
Sixth
in
leg,
the
it's Conan to
finals.
throw first. Game on.
The difference in the demeanour between these two players is obvious.
100.
Conan almost looks hacked off because he was desperate to put in a statement today of winning this group.
Well, it looks like Andreas Harrison
97.
is going to be the first finalist at Champions Night, and you could be there too. There are still limited tickets available via dartshop.tv or just by
100.
scanning that QR code on your screen. Get down. We've got a fantastic MC for the evening, who's going to be hosting a little bit of an after party as well.
140.
Really?
Absolutely. Were you not aware of this?
Thanks for the invite.
Well, you are invited. You can take
180.
plenty of pictures. I'm sure a few will ask for one with you as well, Paul.
Well, about 2 minutes ago, I was going to be leaving at about 11:30.
84.
Will it be
Conan, you
Harrison
require
filling up that
121.
trophy with a drink of his choice? Conan Whitehead still in command of this leg.
57.
And will make Harrison work to get the job done here and now.
One thing I wouldn't fill that trophy with is Absolute or Aquavit. You might have a sore head on Sunday morning.
60.
He'd want to fill it full
Conan,
of
you
Swedish
require
krona.
64.
Great start. Can he complete the finish?
48.
Or will the Swede seal it here?
Andreas, you require 120.
Tricky second shot, but he's up to it. Tops,
80.
wire bent.
Conan, you require 16.
Missed it by a whisker. Double 4. Double 2.
Game shot on
Finds
the
it.
sixth leg.
Falls to the
Conan
last leg
Whitehead.
decider. If Andreas Harrison wins this seventh leg,
Seventh
wins
and
the
final
group.
leg. It's Andreas
He
to
makes
throw
it to
first.
Champions Night.
Game on.
If Whitehead can break, he stays in the race.
He just will not give up. This is knife edge stuff.
100.
Total tungsten tension at the Super Series.
100.
Has to at least follow him. He has to at least do that to be with him when they get to finishing range.
121.
That's a good visit. Even with that one at the end, you've got to hit that odd number at some point. Will he follow him? No, he won't.
I thought he was going to mirror the visit then.
81.
And that was the best worst case scenario, if you like.
Relentless from the Swede, though. He's already on a
140.
finish. Whitehead needs a maximum just to equalise his position. Look at this.
180.
Just won't give up.
Well, we said he had to be
Andreas,
with
you
him.
require 140.
When he gets to finishing range, he's exactly in the same spot. And he is going to get a chance to take it out. It would be a 140 off the back of a 180
40.
to
Conan,
win the
you require
match and
140.
stop Harrison winning the group.
And he's made him feel a little bit flustered. Oh, second 54 does not come calling. He really fancied that after dart 1. And he's already hit that shot this week.
Yeah,
now it's in the hands of the Swedes.
132.
Treble 18 hitting
Andreas,
has
you
been
require
sublime,
100.
Conan Whitehead, but he couldn't get a pair there. Now, does Harrison look at a pair of tops? That was the intention.
Well, this is the
60.
problem when you're Andreas
Conan, you
Harrison. It's
require
like you've had
8.
something on your shirt and you've been trying to shake it off all game. Last opportunity.
6.
Well, a good dart became a bad dart because
Andreas,
it blocked
you
the
require
target.
40.
But Andreas Harrison has just taken everything that's been thrown at him and battered it away. And double 10 sees
shot and the
the
match.
Swede through
Andreas Harrison.
to Saturday. Andreas Harrison wins Group A with plenty to spare, and he is the first finalist, the first man through to Champions Night here at the MODUS Super Series. Conan Whitehead was hoping to do that himself. Instead, he will now turn his attention to making it to Group B. But a tense end to a battle. Whitehead again for the second time today, missing match darts in a 4-3 defeat. It could have been oh so different for Whitehead, but it is Andreas Harrison who wins Group A and gets his place at Champions Night. Coming next, Steve West meets Sebastian Białecki.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the Swedish Viking is the first man through to Champions Night. Andreas Harrison, beating Conan Whitehead 4-3, has sealed his passage to the red carpet occasion here on the blue city of Portsmouth on Saturday night. Next up, it's the man in blue, Steve West, in action, taking on Sebastian Białecki, looking to find a bolt from the blue. And Chris Murphy and Paul Nicholson are in commentary for you.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, Steve West looking to, well, join 3 other players on 12 points as our attention does now turn to that race for Group B places. Rob Grundy and Conan Whitehead currently occupy them on leg difference, although there are only 3 legs separating him, Whitehead and Dennant, and Steve West on -1, Rob Grundy on +2. This race is going to be close, even though the main race for top spot is over.
And what's fascinating as well is that Andreas Harrison,
First
now that
leg,
he's
it's Steve to
qualified,
throw first. Game on.
we now look at him very differently because he's gone from someone who wants to win the group to someone who has won the group and becomes someone who can ruin somebody else's day for a second time.
Well, Steve West not wasting any time in producing perfection. A maximum to start.
60.
This is one of the fixtures that Białecki has won over the last couple of days. He beat Steve yesterday.
4 perfect darts from West. That ends there. He has
140.
enjoyed a 9-darter on that stage before. Did it against Luke Littler, who, of course, Sebastian Białecki stopped being at Champions Week. Beat him in the
100.
week that he won, and then went on, as Paul mentioned earlier today, to defeat Andy Bolton in a revenge final.
125.
It's impossible for us to get the same Champions Night final that we've had previously because the likes of Graham Usher, Jacob Taylor,
60. Steve, you require 56.
Raymond Smith on here. So it's going to be something new.
Yeah, we could
16.
get 2 players that have been in the Champions Night final, but not obviously against each other. If it was, say, Whitehead against Matt Clark. Colin Osborne was the other one, wasn't he?
Indeed he was. Picked up £10,000 for
177.
making the final.
Steve, you require
Not
40.
to be sniffed at, of course.
Game shot on the
And
first
neither
leg.
is a
Steve
13-dart
West.
start for Steve West. Coincidentally, if it was a Whitehead-Clark final, it will be all Kent.
Second leg, it's Sebastian to throw first.
Yeah.
Game on.
Clark has manoeuvred his way up north, but originally from Kent, hence the nickname. Clark from Kent becomes Superman.
125.
But he's not faster than a speeding bullet.
97.
He's a bit more deliberate.
Yeah, he's closer to the bullet when it's actually not being fired.
Better from Białecki.
140.
And he has been a little bit better today. It just looks a bit more likely, but he did get 11 darts at double in his first game and still lost it by 4 legs to 2.
140.
Actually, interestingly, Clark and McEwen, Jim McEwen, are both in Group C, are the only 2 players that have met on a Champions Night before.
Good statting.
30.
There's a certain focus about Steve that we didn't see in the first round. He did beat Matt Denon by 4 legs to 2, but it was a somewhat
60.
scruffy affair in the scoring stakes. His doubling was magnificent. 4 hits from 5. But I think this was the realistic situation that faced the likes of West and Grundy this morning.
46.
And now face Dennant and Whitehead. This feeding frenzy for 2 spots from 4 players. For a very long lie-in over the next couple of days.
100.
Oh, they want it.
Sebastian, you require 160.
Well, he's not going to get this, so Steve West will get the opportunity to double his lead very quickly. And this is going to be about
84.
winning
Steve, you
match
require
as well.
104.
This race for Group B. So much to play for as West looks for tops
Game
and
shot on the
gets tops,
second
and he
leg,
might win
Steve
this match
West.
very well. A brilliant 104 checkout. And it means that
Third leg, it's
difference
Steve to
gap
throw
is getting
first.
smaller.
Game on.
He's getting closer. And we'll see jostling for position here. Steve West could end up being second
55.
in the table after this match. He's currently 5th.
It's been a weird table in the sense that Conan Whitehead, at the end of Monday, was bottom of the table. Coming into today, he was shooting for the top spot. He can't do that now.
58.
But West started the day in 5th and realistically could get second. I didn't think anybody would get through this soon
59.
in a Champions League Group A. Now that they have, there has to be another narrative, which there is. And if anything, this race for the top 3 is just as exciting as it is to find a group winner.
57.
Yep. And I may change my mind again, because if Steve West does get through to Group B, then I think that will suit him a little better than Group C.
More than a little bit.
140.
Well, he was trying a look away maximum there, I'm sure. Is that the time to do it when he's still in the heat of the battle?
I don't think so, but never argue with somebody who is averaging 101.84 after
60.
2.5 legs and hitting 2/3 of their doubles.
Just a little lesson for people at home as well. The dart he missed was the one where he wasn't looking, so take Bobby George's advice.
60.
Now, that only is just staying in because it's resting on the other two, but yeah, Bobby George always says, look at what you're throwing at and throw at what you're looking at.
45.
Two great technicians, of course. Great position for the throwing forearm.
133.
The only thing that really lets Steve down every now and again is sometimes he tends to jump on that third dart. But when he's relaxed and he's happy, he can do anything.
82. Steve, you require
He doesn't
54.
want to do anything right now. He wants to do this something. Doesn't care what route it is, as long as it's done.
34.
Didn't like that, but you like the fact that Białowski's not in a position to do anything about it.
I know there's this saying about not missing the big number, as we call it. But
136.
I put it slightly differently.
Steve, you require
In your
20.
preparation, don't neglect your single numbers. Double 10 from the
Game
left-hand
shot on
side
the
of
third
the
leg,
hockey.
Steve
And
West.
doing what James Richardson does there, curiously. Whenever he's on double 10, he starts further left than he does in the scoring stakes.
Fourth leg, it's Sebastian to throw
Obviously,
first.
It's an
Game on.
eyesight thing. They can see the double 10 better from that side than they do from the right-hand side.
Well, West is on the brink of the first 4-0 win
59.
of the day, and he won his first match of the day, Steve West, as well. Been a real strange old campaign for Steve West. Started well, had a horrible
60.
spell in the middle, but might be ending excellently.
I spoke with him yesterday about his nickname, Simply, and it all comes down to the fact that he doesn't have a nickname. He doesn't really
99.
want one, so he's simply Steve West. Fair enough.
I don't mind the nickname if he actually paired it with the correct
60.
walk-on song. If you want to be simply Steve West, then obviously walk on to Go West by the Pet Shop, but no.
He doesn't want to do that. I've already asked him.
93.
I'm not even sure he likes Tina Turner. I think it might have had something to do with the fact that Mensa Sulevic actually used to walk out to Simply the
It's
Best.
bold,
60.
isn't it? Any sportsman walking out to Simply the Best is maybe setting the scene for your own fall.
I don't think there's any
100.
pressure on Sebastian today. He can just plod along and get himself ready for Thursday. He's done it on a Thursday and a Friday before in qualifying for this week.
99.
Well, this is a kind of
Sebastian,
time
you
where he
require
should go for 3
150.
bullseyes, but I don't
Jet
think
42.
he's got it in him.
Sebastian, you require 150.
He's not going to do it on a month of Sundays. Double 18
132.
for his first Ton Plus checkout of the week.
139. Sebastian, you require 18.
has had problems on the left-hand side of the board today, but
Shot on the
not on
fourth
double
leg.
nine.
Sebastian Białecki.
First leg of the contest for the Pole, and West must now get this job done as soon as possible.
Fifth leg, it's Steve to
Because
throw
things
first.
are so tight on the leg
Game
difference
on.
and the points in the middle of the table. Big wins against Białecki when he's not on form could be really important.
60.
If he gets it done by 4 legs to 1, what he's doing is he's forcing Dennant and Whitehead and Grundy, who will play him later in the day, to do the same.
97.
West already won that battle against Dennant.
$60.
He's peppering that 60 like it's a steak, but keeps missing it.
And that's been a big part of his career, I think. He's been very much a player who's just missed by really small margins. He's one
95.
of the greatest groupers in the game. The problem is when that first start is above the treble, the next two tend to stay with it. Although that wasn't the best time to
100.
produce that piece of commentary. Thanks, Steve. I always hark back to that match he ended up losing to Daryl Gurney at the match play, and how many
96.
darts he just landed all 3 above double top.
Yeah, that was gut-wrenching. I remember watching that. It was it 10 or 11 match darts? It was really hard to watch.
It got to the point where you felt you knew he was going to miss, and that's a very difficult viewing for anybody who's got any
93.
ounce of sympathy
Steve,
in
you
their
require 141.
darting heart.
Got to bring this down to a manageable level.
57.
Doesn't get a treble, which
Sebastian,
means
you require
he
120.
might still need the bullseye at the end of the exchange, if indeed he is given a shot. Double top. The game
Shot on the
continues,
fifth
and that
leg.
is
Sebastian
his first ton plus
Białecki.
check out of the week. Why is he doing this to me? That's what Steve West is saying to himself, because this is what
Sixth
he was
leg,
doing
it's
to him
Sebastian to throw
yesterday.
first. Game on.
You may still win the match, Steve West, but every leg loss could be a step towards Group C. It ain't just about the points. It's going to be about the legs. There's no doubt about
96.
Let's not forget as well that when Steve was playing in Series 5 earlier in the campaign, he had a Group A scenario with Wesley Harms
60.
where he was on the same points as Wesley, the same leg difference, and the same legs won. Now, I know that they both qualified for Group B via positions 2 and 3. But just imagine if that was to happen
85.
again. Then we'd look at the averages for the players. And of those players looking for the top 3, average-wise,
41.
at the minute for the week, West is looking pretty good. But there is another one as well, head-to-head,
58.
that we would look at. Because it's 3 games.
Yeah, there will be a winner with 3 games. In Groups B and C, of course, he could have the exact same head-to-head record as well. There was a rule
60.
change on finals nights, wasn't there, when we go back to the Southampton days when averages could determine who went through one of the finals night groups. Now we have 9 dart shootouts.
Haven't had one of those in a while. We've never
40.
had one on a Champions Night. Or indeed in a Champions Week.
Imagine if we did.
135.
Saturday night 9 dart shootout to get through to the semi-finals. Hasn't been one for quite some time, has it?
It's about a year.
86.
It was week 12 of Series 1, wasn't it?
Yeah, we've had a couple, haven't we? I think they came in relatively quick succession.
Yeah, Chris Mason won the last one we had.
105. Sebastian, you require
Ryan Finesse won the first one.
136.
That was when he left Richie Howson and Tony O'Shea on the stage, and Howson didn't go for the bullseye when he could have. Well, where's he found this from? Białecki. He's attempted huge
128.
finishes in each of the last
Steve,
3
you require
legs, hitting one
100.
of them and missing the double for the other 2.
Double top.
Game
Trusty
shot.
tops.
And the match,
Give
Steve
him a
West.
4-2 win. great game between two players who play with utmost respect. But the fact remains that Steve made a really, really big effort in that one. He had to skirt a dart to take it to leg 7, but that's vital in his quest for the top 3. As it stands, on leg difference and legs 1, he is still in 4th position, but he is very much in the fray now. We will take a short break, and when we come back, we will see what's happened so far today and then go into round number 3 after that game, which you've just seen.
Very warm welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are 2 rounds down for our day here on Wednesday at Champions Week. So it's time to get the assessment of the asset, Paul Nicholson, as to what we've seen so far. These are the results then from the 6 matches that we've seen so far today. And well, as you can see, so far so good for Rod Grundy, Steve West and Andreas Harrison, both winning their opening 2 games.
Yeah, not a bad day for them. A brilliant day for Andreas, who's punched his ticket to Saturday night with 3 games to spare. So no stress for him for the rest of the day, but plenty for the others, apart from Białowski, who we know is going to be in Group C over the next couple of afternoons. But this race for the Group B spots is going to be fascinating. And even though West has looked stressed at times today, he has done his job.
Well, let's break down the story of the day so far. Then we'll begin with match 1, because Conan Whitehead, the former champion, was still in the race. But defeat to Rob Grundy, even though it didn't mathematically end his hopes, it felt like psychologically it did. Yeah,
I think you look at his demeanour when he's lost these 2 very close games. Conan pretty much knew that this was going to be it. And you look at how important that was for Rob with that celebration, and with Conan leaving the stage fairly quickly, he probably knew in his gut that that was almost the last trick in the bag. But the game with Andreas Harrison, it was just nail-biting. I haven't got any nails left. It was great to watch, just on its own.
And then Matt Dennett stepped up to the hockey. He needed to win to keep his hopes alive. He then lost out to Steve West, who has started the day with 2 victories. But interestingly, he said to me just coming off stage just now, the scoring just deserted him after leg 3 of that last match. Yeah,
sometimes the scoring can desert you, but when you are on a match opportunity, you've got to give West an awful lot of credit because he's finished his games with a 90 checkout and a 100 checkout. He doesn't take that 100. He could lose that game against Białowieski. And he is able to find those doubles at the top of the board just when he needs them. And I know how much he wants that Group B spot. It's going to be a really fascinating 3 rounds coming up. So defeats for Whitehead and Denon then opened up the door for Andreas Harrison to really take command of the group. And he did exactly that. He got the better of Sebastian Białowieski, aided and abetted by a 1-4-1 checkout. And we're going to run out of fingers as to how many ton-plus checkouts he's had this week, Andreas. He's looking good on the old 45 and double 18 shot. He's had a couple of 101s as well. And if anything, he's starting to churn at a more efficient and effective rate than he did at any point on Monday. And I just wonder whether having the days off will help or hinder. That's something maybe we can talk about a little bit later. Well, he then sealed his progression through a couple of games later in beating Whitehead by 4 legs to 3. Conan Whitehead missing match darts in this one, and then Harrison picking up the pieces. Well, here's the big thing. Andreas has been not just good this week, but opportunistic. This is what I like to call opportunistic. He's been given his chance, he takes his chance, and he sails his way through to Saturday night. But there's another side of the coin here. Whitehead has lost both of his games today by 4 legs to 3. He wins both those games, and he's within 2 points. So the chance has been there, but that's what this format's all about. Close-knit, tight darts. And ultimately, those 2 losses mean that you have got the Swede through. Looks like we have got a brand new beard to be feared here at the Super Series. This is the table. And look, well, now the battle's going to be for Group B. And Matt Dennett, who realistically thought that he had a chance of winning the group, now finds himself second from bottom. And let's be honest, when you look at the legs difference in the points, this is a who's who. Yes, it is. You might as well just scrap the previous 12 rounds of matches. Let's have 3 rounds and see who goes through with those 2 spots for Group B, because there's only 2 legs between 5th and 2nd. The amount of fluctuation that we're about to see is going to be great to watch. It'll be interesting to see, and we're going to see one of those contenders in action now. Vol Grundy up against Andreas Harrison, who can basically enjoy a victory march, can the Swede. The Viking is the victor of Group A, and he's going to begin that lap of appreciation now against Vol Grundy. Paul Nicholson's going to head down to the commentary box, where he's always appreciated by Chris Murphy.
Absolutely, and we will be lavishing praise as purple as the shirt of Andreas Harrison upon the successful player in Group A, the one that has made it through to Champions Night. The rest of them will be battling out, hoping to join him. They will be dispersed into Groups B and C, as the boys on the balcony have just been explaining. And it's all about finishing 2nd and 3rd now for the likes of Grundy, Whitehead, West and Dennant. Harrison has been beaten just once on each outing so far.
First leg, it's Rob to throw first. Game on.
The defeat on Monday in his first match against Matthew Dennant. He was beaten by Conan Whitehead yesterday, and that was a really pertinent point Paul made while talking to Henry then about Whitehead. Not only losing matches 4-3, but missing match darts in both of them as well.
85.
Those darts go in the doubles, and we still have a race on for top spot. He would have only been 2 points behind Andreas Harrison, who would have been halted on 18, and Whitehead would have actually been on 16
81.
now. But shoulda, woulda, coulda. Now attention turns to the Group B race. The right to join Messrs. Mikkels, Quantock and Pilgrim, who is the favourite to win Champions Week of Series 5. And I've got a question of my own to pose to Paul Nicholson, which is, even if whatever happens, even if Andreas Harrison goes and wins all his matches today and ends the group on a high, Can you see any scenario that he actually goes into finals night as the bookie's favourite?
No, not at all. I think if we look at Saturday night objectively
85.
now, the only guarantee is that Andreas is there, but we've got no idea how Daryl Pilgrim plays, how Anton Östlund plays, how Clark and McEwen play.
100.
We've got to remain on the fence until the early hours of Saturday morning when we actually have our field. And then we can judge based on numbers and some of the grey
100.
areas that we can see
Robbie
that
require
don't find their way
81.
to black and white.
Treble 19. 12. The treble will be the aim. The single is the bonus to give himself a dart at the ball.
47.
One thing that is for sure
Andreas,
on
you
Champions
require
Night is we
95.
eliminate what we usually get in a week is, well, they've never done it before, because of course they've all done it before to be here. Oh. I think that was kind of going in. I
23.
think he was bouncing it off that barrel into
Rob,
the
you
bed and
require
it just caught it at the
34.
wrong angle and fell out.
Double 16. Going for the split option. He has an open bed and a bouncer.
Game shot on the
And
first
right in the
leg.
bottom of the
Rob
bed once
Grundy.
again. Wow, it's Grundhog Day. Right in the bottom 10% of the double.
Second leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Once upon a time I used to do the puns, but I doff my cap.
I was going to go for one of his shots
45.
today and think about the first three letters of his surname. G-R-U. Grew. Looking for a despicable shot. But you talk about how they've all done it before.
93.
There actually was a time where somebody couldn't make it to the Champions Night in Lucas Venig. And we have
125.
Scott Walters here.
Yeah, we also have that Champions Week that we have a series that bridges 2 years and players that have gone on to get tour cards and then become ineligible to play.
60.
Not this time. They're all here, all the winners. So to back up Chris Murphy's statement, they've all done it before. They all know what it's like to win £5,000, but
60.
4 times as much money, 4 times as much pressure. And how many of the people here this week have played in a game, one single match,
92.
for £10,000? Not many.
Harrison coming down for the 101. Not going to get it now.
95.
Grundy in a position here to carry on this so far perfect day.
Throwing well today. Throwing very well.
180.
I might have to go down the football route, Paul, and get you to pick a player of the day. I'm sure right now you'd be going for him.
I would be.
83.
Grundy's been brilliant
Robbie
today.
requires 76.
Only averaged 85 in beating Whitehead, but there were times in that game where he looked very effective, and he's doing it again. He beat Conan Whitehead with a 76 checkout. He's skirting with the bottom of these doubles all the time.
Well, if
60.
Robert Grundy's trying to throw something at you, never duck, because
Andreas,
that's
you
when it's most
require
likely to hit you.
93.
Jump.
Could be punished this time. Does this so often, gets a chance, takes a chance. And he's taken that
Shot on
one.
the second leg.
One
Andreas
apiece.
Harrison.
He is one of the most opportunistic players that I've seen in any week in a Group A scenario. He has not
Third leg,
been
it's Rob to throw
statistically
first.
the best player by
Game on.
some way, but he has been taking his chances. He's not lucky, Punk. He's just very, very good, Punk.
85.
Matt Dennant, Sebastian Białecki to follow this. Then Whitehead goes up against West.
Love that game. It was brilliant yesterday. Both averaged over 100.
140.
We didn't get much in the way of massive averages come Monday, but yesterday really delivered. Harrison got a ton plus average. West got one
99.
in a loss and a win. And Whitehead got one when beating West.
Grundy's been pretty close against Harrison. 4-2 defeat and a 4-3
140.
defeat.
$45.
I wonder how many of the players in this field could throw Rob's darts with that. I'm not even going to call it a stem. It's just a way of putting the flight in.
140.
That must be about 7 millimeters, that stem. It's the shortest one I've
92.
ever seen.
Andreas, you require 81.
Well, he had such a good start to this match, Grundy, but Andreas Harrison has turned it around. It's after those missed doubles from Grundy in the previous leg. He even afforded the luxury of not having to go for the bullseye on 81.
41.
I always think that shot is fascinating. You know, he's got 81 left. He's gone for the 45 to leave 36. And with the option of leaving 36 with 3 darts, he decides to leave tops.
140. Andreas, you require 40.
Yeah, good point. And he can't find tops, but he can find
Shot on
double
the
10.
third leg. Andreas Harrison.
Harrison breaks and puts the brakes on Grundy's charge up the table.
What do you think about my idea that if he wins this week, he's got to shave the beard off? And
I don't think he'll
Fourth
go for
leg,
it.
it's Andreas to throw
it's
first.
got to be shaved
Game
off
on.
by one of us.
Weren't you once involved in the removal of Terry Jenkins' moustache?
Indeed, I was.
85.
It was done for Bipolar UK, and it was shaved off by James Wade, and we raised a lot of money that night.
It's very, very interesting. If you head to the MODUS Super Series
45.
website, you see an in-play table at the bottom of the results and fixtures page. Watch it now, because with every leg, Rob Grundy's position in the group is moving. He started second. He's now down to third
30.
after losing that previous leg. If he loses another one, he'll fall down to fourth. And then if he ends up losing the match 4-1, he'll end up fifth.
Yeah, he's going up and down the table like a Swedish team at the Eurovision Song Contest. 180 points.
180.
Needed as well.
140.
But he just responds like that so often, and that's why he has already wrapped up this group.
Blitz from Grundy. Great stuff. He's got a bit of urgency about himself today that I haven't seen this week. And there's a real purpose
85.
in the walk as well.
Rob, you require 136.
Just trying to read his body language. It's very encouraging. That treble 20's been at his mercy the last 3 visits to the board. Not again.
112. Andreas, you require 161.
Well, he took out a 161 yesterday, Andreas Harrison. He's not going to do it again. Right, where does Rob Grundy land his dart? Does he put it in the low part of the double 12?
Rob, you
or
require
does he drag
24.
it down to the double below it?
16 double 4.
Game shot on the fourth
Well,
leg.
there,
Rob
he's finally managed to put one in the middle. And in doing so, he's tied up the match. He's got back level. He's moved back up to
Fifth
second
leg,
in
it's
that
Rob
live
to throw
table.
first. Game on.
Yeah, win the game and go to 14 points.
100.
He may have some company at the end of the next game with Dennett playing Białecki. But he's guaranteed to have somebody on 14
100.
points with him if he wins the game. And then Whitehead plays West at the end of this round. Fascinating stuff. We will have people in charge of their Group B destiny at the end of round 3 on Wednesday.
131.
We will have 2 chasers. That is guaranteed.
And getting a win against Andreas Harrison is almost a real bonus, isn't it? Because he's beating everybody else.
140.
So Grundy will put himself suddenly in pole position.
Yeah, Harrison's got West in game 13. So West in his quest No pun intended there with the
100.
rhyming, but he will finish first. He will set the target, potentially, with Whitehead playing Dennett in the penultimate game, and Grundy has Białecki.
140.
Now, if you offered
Rob, you
Rob
require
right now the
107.
chance, if he won that game, he's in Group B, I think he'd take it.
Well, he's not going to take this. 57 will be the next best thing. There's one.
134. Andreas, you require 121.
Beautiful stuff, but Harrison can make it count for Nout.
Not anymore. High quality game.
81.
Both on a double.
Rob,
after
you require
12,
36.
both averaging mid to high 90s. Both like double 18.
Game shot on the
Right in the
fifth
bottom of
leg.
the bed
Rob
again.
Grundy.
3-2 Grundy. This is a very, very good match.
Sixth leg. It's
High
Andreas to
standard
throw
stuff on
first.
Champions Week.
Game on.
One man trying to give himself the best chance by getting to Group B, and Rob Grundy averaging almost 98. The other already at finals night, having already
100.
won Group A. With 3 games to spare, Andreas Harrison. Is he going to suffer his daily defeat? Remember, he has been beaten once a day in this group.
If you concentrate Andreas's efforts over the last 3 days, he hasn't got to Saturday night in Champions Week in 15 games. He's got there
85.
in 11. Because we discount that first game of Monday morning. You take that away, you take away this game and his next 2. He has got
120.
the big dance on November the 4th, getting 20 points from 11 matches. Just that on its
42.
own sounds spectacular.
Oh, indeed it does. Solid performances have actually resulted in a spectacular campaign.
It's what sports psychologists always talk about. You win the small battles and you add them up and they give you spectacular results.
99.
This could yet be a key result for Grundy. That'll be a decent dart for him to work off. Trying to basically build a ladder
100.
to the treble 20, which is exactly what he's done.
Yeah, but he's still got one more step to go before he can see the horizon.
47.
That's a result for him right there.
Yeah, it gives him some real cause for optimism. Does not like that.
Just try and get it over the left-hand side. Try and flick the left-hand side of the flight. That's bound to happen with the way his darts are weighted.
I think just move away.
78.
And you see it with the third dart
Andreas, you require 128.
Could have maybe looked at the 18s, which is where Harrison will go now. Now back to treble 20 for a go at the bullseye. If he gets it, can't. So now Grundy has a decision to make here.
42.
Does he attack or does he play it safe?
Rob, you require
If
94.
this was Conan Whitehead, he'd go for the 54. Gets the 54.
Game
Gets
shot
the
and
tops
match.
as well.
Rob Grundy.
Huge from Grundy, who now has 3 wins from 3 here on Wednesday. And he's the first person in the chasing pack who gets to 14 points in his quest for Group B action over the next couple of days. One of his best performances of the entire week. High quality, 96.2 and 4 hits from 9. And he beats Andreas Harrison, who has won this group already by 4 legs to 2. We will see Matthew Dennett next against Sebastian Białecki. And it's up to the scholar to try and get on the board here today.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We're in the midst of Champions Week. It's the middle of Champions Week here on Wednesday. And that man there, the Pole, Sebastian Białecki, is going to be a part of the Group C action tomorrow and Friday afternoon from 1 o'clock. Matt Dennett wants to be involved in the night session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Group B was the path towards progression for him when he won Week 11. Who's going to win this one? Paul Nicholson, Chris Murphy.
Yeah, we'll find out over the course of the possible 7 legs. Matt Dennett is the favourite to win it, but he hasn't had a victory yet today. The Scholar, bottom of the class at the moment in terms of performances on day 3 of Group A, and he's the man who was top of the table at the end of day 1, so it hasn't panned out the way that he would have hoped after the way it started.
First leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game
He
on.
is in that Group B battle, however, along with Rob Grundy, who's made his move, got himself onto 14 points, and Conan Whitehead and Steve West, who play next. So we are going to get a little closer to the
58.
ending of that story over the next couple of games. Sebastian Białecki, though, remains free rolling.
28.
Yeah, not a bad position to be in sometimes when you're free rolling, but at least he knows exactly where he's going to be tomorrow. Matt doesn't.
80.
Even with a 4-0 win against Sebastian here, Matt Dennett is not going to find himself in a position
82.
provisionally for Group B because his legs 1 count is 31, Whitehead's is 36.
93.
Although I do beg your pardon, his leg difference will actually take him there for now, with Whitehead having that game against
100.
West next.
Matt, you require 170.
Well, 180 a couple of visits ago. Now he leaves a 170.
100.
Białecki did start to produce better stuff towards the end of his previous game against Steve West. We saw him miss
139.
a couple of
Matt, you require
topping
70.
checkouts on the double and take one out. Dennett, though, looking to take this out on double 8. He's got a nice barrier there, and he's
Game
used
shot on
it
the first leg.
absolutely
Matt Dennett.
expertly to lead 1-0.
Second
There's
leg,
no
it's Sebastian to throw first.
That this quest for
Game
Group
on.
B doesn't go down to leg difference. It has to. It's a bit like having Manchester City at the top of the Premier League.
140.
They've already won the title. Who's going to get in the Champions League?
Well, Group B is a group of opportunities, isn't it? On paper, you've got more chance of getting through than not
137.
getting through. That's why it's so important to these players, particularly on this week. Well, there was a scenario last week, I have to say it, where Stefan Schroeder ended up in Group B and might
85.
have preferred Group C, based on the fact that his opponents were Robert Thornton, Steve West, Fallon Sherrick and Danny Lauby.
134.
How remarkable is it that Robert Thornton has not played in a Champions Week yet?
9 finals nights out of 9, but no wins.
He's starting to feel like Terry Jenkins,
140.
who hasn't played in a Champions Week.
Białecki has the
100.
opportunity for another
Sebastian, you require 136.
3-figure outshot here. 136, treble 20, treble 20, double 8. Not on this occasion.
He was very close to it in the previous game that he played.
44. Matt, you require 130.
Every player will fancy this here this week. More so now. Double 5.
Game shot on the
Absolutely
second leg. Matt
sublime.
Dennett.
Purposeful here and almost cheesed off. Matthew Dennett is
Third
saying,
leg, it's Matt to
I'm
throw
not going to be
first.
left
Game
without
on.
the cheese this time.
Well, we haven't had a 4-0 yet today. I'm going to say it.
85.
I cannot see any other outcome.
So you think Dennett's going to win 4-0?
Yeah, just the way the game
85.
started. Białecki just doesn't seem to have his head on for this one the same way he did in the previous match. And it must be difficult. He's obviously thinking about the rest of the week, but having to go through the motions.
140.
It's usually at this point of the week where I'd give you 4 or 5 names for Group B and see who your 3 would be.
44.
Based on the strength that we've got between Grundy, Dennant, Whitehead and West, adding them into a pool of Pilgrim, McHales and Quantock,
100.
which 3 would you pick to come through a Group B scenario of those players?
Very difficult. Very, very difficult. I think
95.
that Pilgrim definitely gets through.
Me too.
I think Moreno might be the outsider, so I'm going to discount him.
127.
And I'm going to say, if it was Whitehead and West, I think they'd both get through. I cannot make a call on Rob Grundy because today's been exceptional. I don't want to get lured in by recency bias.
59.
But it's going to be interesting
Matt, you
to see
require
who's
49.
in that group because only 2, of course, of Grundy, Whitehead and West can make it. Dennant himself could make it.
17.
And he's moving a step closer to that first whitewash win here.
Now, we cannot forget anybody who is still kicking for that Group B, but even if they don't,
96.
let's
Matt,
say
you
Dennant
require
doesn't get to Group
32.
B, he'll be very strong for Group C.
Shot in the third leg.
Very
Matt
strong in this
Dennant.
game, 3-0 up. And this average so far is looking like the best of the week so far.
Fourth leg, it's Sebastian to
Group
throw
C,
first.
I think it's going to be difficult
Game
for
on.
anybody that falls into it. I think that's one of the other reasons why it's so imperative to get through to Group B for the players that can. Because for me,
140.
McEwen and Clark are just granite, immovable objects at times at the Super Series, and I would probably have them as the joint favourites, regardless of who else is in the group.
180.
I'm not really sure what Matt Dennant had for lunch, but I want some.
Whereas average is tickling 110 here.
140.
He has got a very good personal best.
85.
We, for a moment, just thought that when he was 4 perfect darts in there, that he was going to do something that we've only seen once before.
57.
This is not out of the ordinary when it comes to Matthew Dennant.
41.
He has got this in his
Sebastian,
locker.
you require
His personal
164.
best on the Challenge Tour is 119. Exactly.
But he opted against going for the 164 because somehow,
140.
despite kicking off this leg with a maximum, Matt Dennant isn't on a finish, and that prediction of a 4-0 could be in the mud in a moment.
133.
Could
Sebastian,
be.
you require 24.
He's not going to split double 6.
Game shot on
It's
the fourth
there.
leg. Sebastian Białecki.
And it isn't going to be 4-0.
Fifth leg, it's
Could be
Matt to throw
4-3.
first. Game on.
Question is who to?
Sounded like an owl there. Who to?
He couldn't succeed in the first leg. He's trying in the second.
140.
But it's only 140. Conan Whitehead, Steve West waiting in the wings. Some big games coming up. Whitehead West. Dennant then takes on Harrison.
70.
Then West meets Grundy. What a set of 3.
Losing that last leg
180.
might have annoyed Dennant to the degree that he might say, I've had enough of this. And weirdly, because Białecki took care of that leg so quickly,
30.
it might be an opportunity for Dennant to get an even better statistic. We might not see a better performance all week long than this. Still got a job to do.
100.
How good has it been so far?
Could go out in 11 to average around 111. Would be the performance of Champions Week so far.
95. Matt, you require 81.
We're playing it sensibly,
49.
not lured in by a 110 average. Instead, he just wants to make sure he gets the job done with minimum fuss.
You always get your best averages when you've got no idea what you're doing.
96.
When you're ignorant to
Matt,
stats
you
and all
require
you want to
32.
do is win.
Game
And
shot and the match.
Dennant
Matt
does,
Dennant.
and does so convincingly as well. A 4-1 success over Sebastian Białecki, who remains stranded at the foot of the table and will have to prepare for Group C. But Matt Dennant is hoping to get into Group B and preparing for it with the performance of the week so far. An average of 107.78, aided by a brilliant 130 checkout and a checkout success rate of 57%. He makes his move. He goes into the provisional Group B places, but trying to usurp him, Conan Whitehead and Steve West, who meet after this.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We're on that board a few minutes ago. Matt Dennant put in the performance of Champions Week thus far. An average just under 108, free maximum to the 130 checkout en route to beating Sebastian Białecki by 4 legs to 1. Well, our middle match of the day, well, it proves to be a cracker, or it should be a cracker. This was the match of the day yesterday when Steve West took on Conan Whitehead. We were treated to a maximum. We were treated to 2 ton-topping averages. What are we going to see this time? No pressure, lads. Let's hand down to Paul and Chris.
Bring it on. That's what I say. Let's have a bit of this and make it like yesterday. But this game is very, very different to yesterday because whoever loses it is going to stay on 12 points. Whoever wins goes to 14 to join Dennant and Grundy. It's fascinating, this race for the top 3. It may just be starting, but we've only got 2 more rounds to go after this. The clock is ticking. And the fact that it's 1-1 for the week as well through their first 2 days of the Champions Week campaign make it even more interesting.
First leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
Much respect between these two. But that is thrown out of the window for now because these 2 points are invaluable.
100.
Just to paint a little bit of a picture, Matthew Denon, who has just won with that average of 107.78.
180.
Might get some company in the shape of someone from the south of England very soon. Well, that's guaranteed because they're
81.
both from the south of England. Denon plays Harrison next. Then West plays Grundy. That's another
60.
4-pointer of sorts. And then Whitehead's got that vital battle against Sebastian Białowieski. Now,
92.
he's the sacrificial lamb of today's play. All of these players chasing that top 3 spot have got to beat him.
25.
But worry about that at the conclusion of this. Well, has Steve got to find a replacement there? Has that stem snapped out of the barrel?
$94.
A few running repairs here for Steve. And sometimes when the stem snaps out of the barrel, it's probably collided with the side of the oki, which is raised from the floor. And if it shears off, you've got to find something to take the plastic out of the helix of the barrel. He does have spares, and he's back at the oki a bit quicker than I thought. That could have taken some time.
Yeah, seems to have fixed whatever the issue was. We have seen occasions, haven't we, where points have come out of darts being left in the board. We saw recently
Conan, you
Callan
require
Ridge
134.
play a match with 2 darts because one was broken. Well, Whitehead opted for 2 double tops there.
94.
Do you remember when Peter Wright played Stephen Bunting at Minehead?
Steve, you require
Point
136.
came out and he actually put the point back in.
Now, I'm surprised that Steve West on 136 doesn't go the 16s route.
58.
I concur.
Conan,
Someone
you
who
require
loves tops,
40.
especially in open tops. 6-16 surely for double top is the shot that he should employ.
Game shot on the first leg. Conan Whitehead.
The first leg is taken by the man from Kent.
Yeah, there's going to be all sorts of
Second leg, it's Steve
permutations
to throw
at play
first.
here, but whoever
Game
loses
on.
this match is going to be in the worst position, aren't they? Because it becomes out of their hands. The others will be on 14 points. They'll be
100.
on 12, but there'll be an opportunity for the others to get to 16. And then that means they're out of it.
There's still only 3 legs between
92.
5th position and 2nd. And only the 2 points, of course. The tighter this game is,
55.
the tighter the race continues to be.
Yeah, defeat could actually be worse for Conan Whitehead than Steve West because he plays Sebastian Białowieski before
44.
he plays Matthew Denon. Now, if Whitehead were to lose, he could be out of it before he plays his next game because if he lost to Steve West here
121.
and then Denon were to beat Harrison, there'd be a guarantee because West plays Grundy that 2 players would have got to 16.
128.
And with 1 game left, he wouldn't be able to. With 2 games left, sorry, that's the best he could do. But the leg difference will be
90.
slipping away.
One thing I can guarantee you at the end of this session is that 4 players are going to be exhausted because the pressure's been there on that stage since game 1.
121.
Think about what Whitehead's
Steve,
been
you
through
require
today. He's played
135.
14 legs before he's even started this match.
95.
Yeah, and been through the
Conan, you require
devastation of not only
116.
losing those games 4-3, but missing darts to win each of them.
Correct. And he's missed the single 20 and the treble there, which means that West comes back for 40 with 3 darts in hand.
70.
Well, one thing went right
Steve,
for
you
Whitehead in
require
that visit,
40.
the last dart, but it could go wrong here if West pops tops.
Game shot on the second leg. Steve
And
West.
tops is popped, and West is level.
If you were picking a 4
Third leg, it's Conan to throw
Person.
first. Game on.
England team to represent the Super Series, if you were to have some sort of intramural country battle
95.
of, say, England, Scotland, Ireland, Wales, would these two be in that 4-person team?
Probably.
100.
Off the top of my head, I would have to go currently Littler, Whitehead based on winning series.
And team spirit. He's the person you want in your corner.
And I think Steve West has been just one of the best performers. So yeah, probably those 3.
I think in a team environment as well, I think you'd be able to get the best from
45.
Steve. I think you'd be able to motivate him and keep him up, because sometimes he's hard on himself. But I think if he had someone like Conan, or indeed someone like Daryl Pilgrim
100.
in his corner, then maybe you could just squeeze him for a little bit more. But this is the thing about singles play. Nobody can help you. It's all on you.
I think you just completed it for me there. I think Pilgrim would probably be the 4th name in that team. Series 1 winner, Conan Whitehead. Daryl Pilgrim was actually a semi-finalist that night. Matt Clark in the group this week was runner-up of Series 2. Nobody from the semi-finals of Series 3 is in
92.
Champions Week. Owen Bates was one of those. Congratulations to him on getting his tour card. Steve West was a semi-finalist in Series 4 himself. We've got great
55.
Champions Week, not just
Conan, you
Champions
require
Week, but
120.
Champions Night pedigree in action in this group and this week.
People who like playing here.
60. Steve, you
They've
require
made money here.
161.
They've had success. They get sore shoulders from lifting trophies.
78.
Well, has anybody been good at the bullseye this week? Both finishing
Conan, you
and
require
approaching.
60.
I think the bullseye is probably the most protected target of the week.
20.
Chance.
Steve, you require 83.
It might even be the bullseye. He had a big 86 on the bull yesterday. He's not going to need the bull. He shades double
74. Conan, you
to give
require
Whitehead
40.
a second opportunity of a 2-1 lead.
Game shot on the third
Which he
leg.
takes
Conan
immediately.
Whitehead.
Steve West actually had
4th leg,
2
it's Steve to
bites
throw first.
during this
Game
series. He
on.
got to the semi-finals in week 4, which is the week that Conan Whitehead won.
60.
They do seem to have a little bit of camaraderie between them when you see them before and after matches, but as soon as game on, it's
43.
battle.
That's the way it should be. Every now and again, when you're playing in singles play, you're going to go up against someone who you're very fond of. You have to beat your friends,
60.
as well as the people that you don't know very well, or indeed dislike. Because there are people in darting circles who don't like each other.
Interestingly as well, they did play that
180.
night. Steve West actually beat Conan Whitehead 4-1 in the group stages, but ended up losing to Richard North in the semi-finals, and Whitehead then beat North in the final.
That was a very interesting semi-final as well.
140.
Interesting exchanges after, too.
Yeah, wasn't there a bit of love lost?
128.
Yeah, it was a bit of a tempestuous
180.
Indian starter that night. A bit of argy-bargy.
Conan, you require 150.
Well, the 180s are flying in here. They've both gone hot, hot, hot. Now West
82.
will aim for the ball,
Steve, you
or will he
require
go for treble
61.
7?
Treble 7. He'd rather have 1 dart at tops.
Game shot on the 4th
Because he's
leg.
so good at
Steve
it.
West.
Now, if you offered someone 2 darts at double 18 or 1 dart at tops, 97%
Conan
of
to throw
people
first.
would say, I'll have 2 darts
Game
at double
on.
18. But he would say, I'll have 1 dart at tops, please.
And that's all he needed on that occasion to get this game square. Remember, this is really important, this
60.
match. Whoever loses it will find themselves languishing in that race. When all players have played 13, one will be on 12, the other 3 will be on 14 points.
13.
Stamp of the foot from Steve West there, not happy with his 13.
100.
I think the title of longest darts of the week definitely goes to the man in black and white.
140.
Long stems, long barrels, big flights. We're only just
55.
able to keep all of them in shot. Remember when Rod Harrington used to play in the late 90s and early noughties? And his darts were so long that the balance of them
26.
sometimes tipped. And he would have trouble sticking them in the board. Conan hasn't got that problem because he throws them so hard.
Well, that's quite inviting to try and find a treble 20, but the one below makes it more
94.
difficult. That expert, excellent switch. The treble 18 there. He's so adept at that.
There's nobody better in Super Series darts.
140.
And I don't think there's ever been anybody as good on that treble 18 in Super Series darts than Conan. He's so good at it that there's license for him to start on it.
It's a good week to reflect, champions. Because you
82.
made the point, nobody ever better. Who do you think has played at the Super Series and then gone on to do the greatest things away from it so far?
140. Conan, you require 110.
Give me a moment. I'll have to think about that one.
I could give you a name as well that I'm thinking of, but we'll see how this leg pans out first. Treble 19 has bailed Whitehead out, and he's got to
Game
go
shot
at
on
the
the
ball in
fifth
his
leg.
bed at the
Conan
ball.
Whitehead.
That has hurt Steve West.
That's dirty. You got to respect it.
Sixth leg.
But
It's
it
Steve to throw
feels
first.
horrible when somebody
Game
hits that
on.
against you.
Oh, yeah, about a year ago, Paul. I think he was playing a year ago this week. I was interviewing a very impressive young Dutchman on the balcony. He was with us in Southampton
60.
as well. Did some great things there.
Oh, Gian van Veen.
Yeah, absolutely. And he was struggling when he first appeared in Southampton with his throw. And he sort of used a Super Series to put it all right. And look at him
100.
now.
I remember what was said at the weekend, actually, when he was going to the semi-finals of the European Championship. Someone said, you might not have seen him play before. I thought,
60.
oh, we have.
Yeah, he's made a name for himself, certainly.
81.
I was told about a very interesting comparison to Gian van Veen recently. Someone said he's either going to be like MVG or Benito van der Pas. He might be
100.
hot for a small spell or the long term. Only time will tell, but we have seen van der Pas here this year. And we wish Benito all the best in his quest to get back to
100.
form.
The West 180 is the fourth of this contest. 3 of them have come from him. Won't be hitting one here. But it hits something just
177.
as good as. In fact, in that spot, even better.
Yesterday, Whitehead was the first person to hit 5 180s in a game when he beat Rob Grundy in game
60.
14.
Steve, you require
But
24.
there was a game where West hit 4 against Harrison, game 15 on Monday, and he lost
Game
it.
shot on the sixth flag.
But
Steve
this one's
West.
going the distance, as we thought it probably would. Great fixture, great game, great respect.
7th and final
Let the best
leg.
man
It's
win.
Conan to throw first.
Yeah,
Game
they had a
on.
brilliant battle yesterday. We haven't quite hit the heights in terms of the averages in this one. That one went all the way. 4-3, both averaged 101.
100.
No, it was 4-2, sorry, yesterday in that game. With Whitehead beating West. But that was when West's performance level started to turn. The day before, West had actually beaten him 4-1.
100.
I don't know if you've seen one of the flights that Whitehead's using in this match, but it's actually got a chunk out of it. It's on that flight there.
75.
It's like he's been chewing it. I promise you he hasn't.
I've seen his flights close up. A little quirk that Conan Whitehead has developed here at the Super Series, by the way. When he plays his last
60.
match, he throws his stem and flight and tries to get it over the top of the balcony. And he's been successful on both Monday and Tuesday. In fact, on Monday, hit Henry Deacon.
125.
I think it knocked him over.
See, that would be a good Olympics event, wouldn't it? How far can you throw a stem and
100.
flight? Or indeed a dart?
Yeah, watch out for that when he walks off the stage after his last match today. He'll sling one of the arrows. Well, not the full thing. That would hurt.
He is shredding that treble 20 at the minute. He's left himself on double 18 after 12.
Steve West's smile says he's hurting on the inside, doesn't it?
57.
Hasn't done much wrong.
Conan,
in fact, he's been averaging
36.
more than Whitehead most of the game. But it's
Game
Whitehead
shot
who
and
wins
the
it.
match. Conan
He
Whitehead.
got himself 8 shots at a double, and Steve only got 4. He hit 3 of them for 75%. But Whitehead having the darts in that last leg, it was paramount because he left himself on a double after 4 visits, and he got the job done really quickly with that 110 on the bullseye after a slipped first dart. That really was the dirtiest checkout of the entire week. When we come back, it will be round number 4, and we will evaluate the table with myself and Chris Murphy.
Hello again, welcome back to the Super Series, where before the break, Conan Whitehead and Steve West were embroiled in battle, and it was the former champion that reigned supreme in that one. A 4-3 victor was Conan the Barbarian. After the first 3 games going all against the darts, the 6 since have gone with throw. So that is what we've seen so far today. Let's tell you how the table correlates as a result, because we know for a little while now that Andreas Harrison is going to be at Champions Night on Saturday evening. The big race now is to see who's going to get that Group B spot, where everybody apart from Sebastian Białecki are very much in the equation. As you can see, going into round 14, they are conjoined, those four, by just 2 points, 3 of them all on 14. But as far as Andreas Harrison is concerned, it is something he doesn't have to worry about. The cool, calm Swede kept everything in check, and he is into Saturday night's final here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He takes on Matt Dennen in our next match, and describing this one is Paul Nicholson alongside Chris Murphy.
Yeah, cheers, Henry. And it is indeed just a nice breeze for Andreas Harrison. He can just go through the motions, just enjoy his final couple of fixtures. That cannot be said of Matthew Dennen. Certainly can't be said of Rob Grundy, Conan Whitehead, and indeed Steve West. Grundy and West play after this. We are getting the crucial games in that race for Group B. Will it be to be or not to be for Dennen? Most players wanting to avoid Group C, of course.
First leg, it's Andreas to throw first.
Andreas
Game
Harrison
on.
has avoided both C and B by winning the group, and he's a first finalist. We'll hear from him at the end of today's play. The serene Swede
60.
who's just taken care of business. But Dennen was delightful in his previous match. 4-1, that 107 average, the best we've seen this week.
125.
Is he saving his best for the most important time in this group?
He could be. We'll find out over the next couple of rounds as he plays
43.
against the Swede and against Conan, which promises much now if that previous game is anything to go by.
100.
But I've seen him do it before. I've seen him in a Group C scenario jump the table in the last 3 matches like a kangaroo. I remember Matthew Edgar
140.
was in second position in the table, and Matthew was in, it was 4th or 5th, but he won his last 3 games.
58.
The next thing you know, he won the group. So he knows how to finish.
Do you think there's a potential case where there are a couple of players in this group that
100.
maybe wanted top spot too much? Dennen would have wanted to get home, help out with the newborn baby. Steve West, having played last week, would have really wanted the rest. Conan Whitehead himself has already expressed that
44.
he would like to have that
Andreas,
2
you
days at
require
home with his family.
158.
Whereas Andreas Harrison, well, he was here for the week, wasn't he? He's come over from Sweden, and he's been the one that's ended up winning it.
Yeah, I think it's a very fair case to say
90.
that with Harrison, winning week 7 is a nice gap between doing that, going to the World Cup and the WDF for
96.
Sweden, and then
Andreas, you require 68.
obviously coming here. He's not going to feel too tired at all. The one person who probably could benefit from playing the next 2 days doesn't need to.
Double top for the leg 1.
Game shot on the first
1
leg. Andreas Harrison.
for Andreas Harrison. So many times he has one dart at double and hits it.
Second leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
Let's have a look at his doubling stats for the day then. 4 out of 8 in his first game.
134.
4 out of 10 in his next one, and then 2 from 4 in a loss to Grundy. He's doing it again. It's actually quite rare
96.
that he's had double digits at a double in a match, but he's just so efficient. I don't think he's had
93.
a terrible game this week on doubles.
Yeah, the only game where he had a terrible game, he didn't throw it a double, did he? In that very first one. when we thought,
134.
It was against Matthew.
could be in trouble this week. Yeah.
Those thoughts didn't last long.
Never judge on first impressions, Paul.
96.
I think that's very fair, actually. You remember how some people that you meet and you don't like them the first time, but then after a couple of days you
57.
think, well, you're actually not that bad.
Or the other way around.
You're not supposed to like anybody on the hockey.
140.
Anyone. Well, you can like the referee because they're there to help you. I'll tell you someone that we do like. Everybody likes
100.
Michael Huntley, who was here last
Matt, you
week.
require
It's actually his
38.
birthday today, so happy birthday to Mike.
Double 16 is the
Game
choice.
shot on the second leg.
Goes a little
Matt
bit-
Dennen.
back to the point Paul was making earlier about what players prefer. That's a more balanced question. 3 darts at double 19
Third
or
leg,
2 at
it's
double
Andreas
16.
to throw first.
Then an opted for the
Game on.
latter, and it proved to be the successful play.
That's exactly what I would have done. I'd much rather have 2 darts at double 16 than 3 at double 19.
100. $97.
It's a very
100.
interesting setup that Andreas has got. You think about what Matt is throwing here and what Steve West's got and Conan.
60.
I know that Rob Grundy's setup is a little bit unusual with that short stem, but I guarantee you this. There aren't many people who could throw this setup with that tapered barrel. I mean, it's viciously tapered
95.
towards the joint where the point is molded to the tungsten.
115.
And then you throw in a slightly shorter stem and that quite unusual molded flight, which is a hybrid between a standard and a kite.
76.
It's a very unusual setup.
Well, he sets up 130.
59.
Then
Andreas, you require
sets up
130.
170, so it's the little fish first. And it might deny Matt a chance at the big fish.
99.
He does get that opportunity.
Matt, you require
This is like a
170.
rave in here. Big fish, little fish. No, it's actually big box, little box. I know, but I was just a play on words.
60. Andreas, you require 31.
Choices. Chooses double 8.
Getting
Double
started on the
eight.
third
He's doing a
leg.
Grundy.
Andreas Harrison.
It's the way he used that dart as well. He didn't panic and think, oh, I've not thrown that how I wanted. He goes, oh, okay, I've left a
Fourth
mark.
leg,
and not
it's
where
Matt
I
to
would
throw
have
first.
exactly chosen
Game
to
on.
leave it, but might as well use it as it's there.
I just want to have a little bit of on this darting day because I know how you like
100.
to delve into the history books, Murph. On this day in 2009, Phil Taylor won his second
100.
European Championship, and it is highly regarded as the greatest tournament performance ever. I'll take highly regarded too. It is
100.
definitely the best tournament performance of all time because he averaged 111 for the tournament. It was never, ever in doubt. And if anybody needs a bit of
60.
motivation, well, I would say go and watch it, but the footage is lost. How mad is that?
I just want to repeat what Paul said in case anyone thought he misspoke. He did say
125.
111 for the tournament, not just for a match, for the entire event.
Yeah, I think if there was a lost and found or some sort
60.
of treasure hunt for footage in darts, I would implore anybody who's got that European Championship footage from 2009, please find it
100.
somewhere. It must be somewhere. Just what Taylor did that weekend. It lives in our memories because we were there, but my word, it should be seen. To be believed.
139. Matt, you require
Right,
76.
76 for Denon. I'm going to make another point about Mr. Taylor in a moment. But I'm going to wait to see if
61.
Andreas Harrison can do Taylor-esque
Andreas, you require
things here.
142.
Maybe he can. Does he stay there? He does. But double 11.
120. Matt, you require 15.
Double 4.
No
Oh,
score.
not again. We're seeing how many
Andreas,
people
you
hit the
require
13s on
22.
double 4? That's 2 today.
Oh, looking for some straight at it. You can use that. He's okay. He's okay.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Andreas Harrison.
And he finds double 3 in the end. And that is dirty, isn't it?
Fifth leg, it's Andreas to throw first.
That's
Game
so
on.
dirty that it may never be clean. Look at Dennett in the background. He can't believe that Harrison just did that
140.
to him. That was putting his hand in his pocket, taking all of his change, and looking him in the eye while he was doing it.
Phil Taylor has been here at the Super Series. That's the point I was going to make. He was here on our very opening night in Portsmouth. He sat in this commentary box. I did a couple of games with him and also had a chat with Abigail Davis, who was presenting that night. And Phil did suggest that he might play at some point. So if you're watching, Phil,
100.
come on. We want to see the power in Pompey.
I'll tell you where I would have put him.
100.
Group B, week 12, 2024. Make it happen.
57.
Even if just for the opportunity of people to see him play here and for people to play
100.
him here.
I think we can put Phil Taylor straight through to Champions Week. I think he's earned it.
There are no freebies and darts. You've got to earn your way to Champions Week.
100. Matt, you require
It's not
167.
like he hasn't been a champion, is it?
That's a very controversial statement, that.
Oh, you didn't like it, did you?
No.
57. Andreas, you require 104.
Right, 104 for Harrison. He has been the power in this group. But he loses
72.
his radar a little there and allows Dennett
Matt,
an
you require
opportunity.
110.
Treble one, 57 Bolt. Do it dirty. Back at him, Matt.
Could stay there.
60. Andreas, you require 32.
Well, what way will he find to finish this? Will it just be simple? Or will it be silly? It's low again. Can he find a way between the posts?
Game shot, under match.
He finds a way
Andreas
into the
Harrison.
double bed, and Andreas Harrison dents Dennant's chances of being in Group B. A big win for Harrison means that Dennant has now moved out of the top three. Conan Whitehead and Rob Grundy occupy those spots. They both have 14 points, and Grundy is in action next against Steve West, who has 12. If West wins that, then they'll all be on 14 points, the four players trying to find two places in Group B. Join us after the break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Andreas Harrison got the better of Matt Dennant by 4 legs to 1. Another impressive performance from the Swede, who continues in the same vein he has been throughout the course of the group. Only a couple more games for him to go until he concludes his action in Group A. Next up for us, we're going to see Steve West and Rob Grundy in action. This big match in the race to see who's going to be in Group B and be playing Thursday and Friday night darts under the lights here at the the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. 2 stars under the lights is Chris Murphy and Paul Nicholson. They're going to talk us through this.
Thank you, Henry. This is enormous for West. He's the person in 5th position in the table on 12 points. He's up against the undefeated today, Rob Grundy, who's been very, very impressive. He can put himself in a very good position if he beats West, and we know that because Conan Whitehead faces Matthew Dennant
First leg, it's Steve to
in the
throw
penultimate
first.
match of the
Game
campaign,
on.
that one of those 2 people are getting to at least 16 points. So if Steve West loses this game, it's going to be Group C for him.
180.
Well, Steve West has
41.
opened it perfectly.
He has, and it continues.
140.
Ooh, not to be for dart number 6.
Deflected as well, wasn't it?
But West winning here, who's that good for? It's good for Steve, obviously. He'd still
44.
be in the race for the top 3 spots going into the last round of matches, where he plays Andreas Harrison. What a leg this has been.
141.
But I tell you another thing as well. A win here for West is very good for Conan Whitehead. You might not think it.
140.
It genuinely
Steve,
is.
you
Because
require
Whitehead's got a
40.
game in hand here against Białecki. Strong start
on the
from
first
West.
leg, Steve West.
12 darter. Grundy has not been
Second leg, it's
dominated
Rob to throw
at all
first.
today.
Game on.
At any point, he's been scrapping well. He's been playing with excellence as well. Started the day with a 4-3 victory against Conan. Scrapped well through that one. But since then, quality.
60.
Averages of 95.38 and 96.2 in wins of 4 legs to 1 against Dennant and 4 legs to 2 against Harrison.
140.
I think it's fair to say he's been the strongest player of the day.
We've been crunching the numbers behind the scenes here, Paul, and can confirm that if Rob Grundy wins 4 legs in a row here, he will be through regardless of what happens for the rest of the day. But that's the only scenario now in which he can be through with certainty
100.
at the end of this match. So a 4-1 victory would see Rob Grundy through, partly because Conan Whitehead and Matt Dennant have each other to play, the 2 that are chasing him. Well, it's 3 that are chasing him, of course, but Steve West would be
180.
beyond him if Grundy beat him here.
And just to be 100% clear as well, for anybody who's just joining us, Rob Grundy winning by 4 legs to 1 gets him through to Group B action.
85.
Not through to Saturday.
Yeah, Andreas Harrison has taken that place, and he took it a long time ago, which is why we're kind of assuming you would know. But Paul's absolutely right. If you have just tuned in, maybe on your
100.
lunch hour. Well, the recap is that Harrison did it after a couple of games today, something you don't see often in any week, let alone Champions Week.
100.
All the results went the
Rob,
way
you require
of
117.
Harrison at the start. And that continued. West could continue on his path if he finds 76. It took him 3 darts to find tops in the first leg.
57.
He might just get 1 dart
Steve,
at
you
it.
require 76.
That's the plan.
Game
Plan
shot on the
executed.
second leg, Steve West.
That's one of the things about his angle of attack. It's very upright. Great for scoring.
Third leg, it's Steve to throw
because you've got
first.
this lovely backboard
Game on.
to nestle the darts together. But that's the one shot where he's got to move across the oche more often than not. Because that
80.
St. George flight is firmly in the way.
And let's just remind you of the scenario. We've said what would happen if Grundy were to win 4-1. That won't happen now. A win for Grundy would put him very much in pole position. But if West goes on to win this, which looks the most likely outcome at this stage, the
97.
4 players from positions 2 to 5 would all be on 14 points. 2 of them can make it to Group B.
Someone's going to be
44.
hurting tonight. In fact, 2 people are.
Conan Whitehead would be the one that still had 2 games left to play.
120.
One of those games against Sebastian Białecki, the other against a rival for that spot, Matt Dennant.
$57.
Advantage Grundy here in leg 3. Sub 300 after 6 is fine, as long as you can back it up,
83.
which he does somewhat. Seen a lot of darts on the floor this week from some crazy deflections.
140.
Rob Grundy could find himself out of the provisional places come the end of this match as well. If he were to lose the game 4-2, so by the same margin he's
57.
losing now, he'd actually still be in second place. But if he loses 4-1 or 4-0, he'd drop out of the top 3. That's how close it's been all day between these 4 players.
100. Rob, you require
It would be
144.
crazy if we had a graphic that actually illustrated that after every leg and you could see them moving.
In yo-yo positioning. He's had a few bad uns, hasn't he, today, Rob Grundy?
He's had some bad uns that have gone in.
Well, the real
34.
Steve West has
Steve, you require
stood up
80.
in this match. D10.
Game shot on the third leg.
This is
Steve
absolutely
West.
superb from Steve West, who is producing a performance right out of the top draw, right at the perfect time.
It is a good time,
Fourth
but it
leg.
would be
It's
an
Rob to
even
throw
better
first.
time
Game on.
had he just squeaked that win against Whitehead. Had he just won one more game, he would be in an attacking position. At the minute, he's still chasing.
108.
Well, Rob Grundy is not going to let him run away with this.
He's not. But remarkably, if West was to
100.
win this leg, he would vault from 5th to 2nd at the completion of game 11, albeit with a game to spare in the round.
58.
And that shows you there it would be West and Conan Whitehead who occupy those spots. You'd have to say Conan's in the best position at the moment because, of course, he'd have that game in hand against Sebastian Białecki next.
140.
Yeah, but remember what Białecki did yesterday to West? He won out of the blue. Don't discount the pull just yet. He could be like throwing a bucket full of sugar in your tea.
137.
What Steve West throwing at Rob Grundy here. Look at those numbers. Rivaling Matt Dennant for the performance of the week.
57.
Looks more like an IP address as
Rob, you
opposed to an
require
average.
126.
126 doesn't have to go downstairs here. Sensible stuff from Rob Grundy. And at 3-0 down,
86.
it's easy to lose your head and forget the position in a leg, but he didn't there.
And it's really important for Steve to stay on point in this game. He's got the 3-0 lead.
123.
He's
Rob, you
probably
require
not going to get a look
40.
at this 81. He must remain focused.
Game shot on the
Very well
fourth
done.
leg. Rob Grundy.
Great 13 dart leg to stay in the match.
Just want to show you
Fifth
something
leg,
for fun.
it's Steve
Steve
to
West
throw
at 3-0
first.
was in the top 2.
Game on.
Where's he gone? One leg changes everything. Grundy back in the provisional places. Conan Whitehead up to 2nd. Steve
81.
West now down to 4th. In play, of course. If he wins this leg, he'll go back to where he was.
You're starting to sound like Climby Fisher, you, Murph. It's not love changes everything, but it's one leg changes everything.
100.
And that could be what it comes down to at the end of the day. One leg. In terms of getting to Group B, one leg
60.
could prevent somebody. One leg could get somebody there.
Trebleless
60.
turn is good for West. How much he would crave a second 180 to halve the score. It's moments like this where your rhythm can be really,
100.
really valuable. Look at Fallon Sherrick and what she's done in the game. And I maintain that when she's been under pressure and performed to her best, the one thing that has never let her down is her
100.
rhythm. And that's what these players must do as well.
$100.
Just looking at the results from today as well. First 3 games went against the throw, but the 7 that have followed have all gone with the darts.
60.
This match looks set
Steve,
to
you
make it
require
8.
160.
Because West has 2 visits to take this out. May only need 1. We'll need a second.
80.
Oh, no. Sorry to say it, Steve, but you know right now that that was a bad ploy. Because if you're put under pressure here, you'd have 80 instead of 60 at least.
60. Steve, you require 80.
Can he get away with it?
He hasn't, and he's made it
75.
even worse. Well, Steve West has gone
Rob, you
from
require
cruising to
121.
victory here to maybe losing the leg and losing his head. Like a reverse game of hangman.
That's good news.
Well, he's kind of caught on to the Steve West silliness there, hasn't he?
Yeah, I don't get that play at all. I think sometimes going 25 above first on 1-2-1 has got a lot of sense, but not in that moment.
Right, Westy wants a 1, or does he want a 3?
46. Steve, you require 5.
Give yourself a choice. Go for a 1. If you miss 2s, you can always go for double 1 after if you split it.
Yeah, it is the single 1 to get the double 2. Awkward. But
Game
found,
shot, and a match.
and Steve West
Steve
gets
West.
a win that does see him leapfrog Rob Grundy, join him on 14 points, and join also Conan Whitehead and Matt Denon on that tally. The 4-1 win for Steve West actually gets him into second position now in this topsy-turvy group. Andreas Harrison already crowned the winner of it, but 4 players fighting for 2 places in Group B, and that battle will continue with Conan Whitehead against Sebastian Białecki after this short break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. So before the break, Steve West got the better of Rob Grundy by 4 legs. One impressive performance as well. 94.5 the average and 4 out of 9 on the finishing. Next up for us, the final game of the fourth round sees Sebastian Białowieski in action against Conan Whitehead, watched by Paul and Chris.
Thank you, Henry. Yes, the run-in in Group A is a battle for Group B. And Conan the Barbarian is firmly in that battle. Whitehead wants it. Sebastian Białowieski can't have it. He's never been in it. But will he play a spoiler role in this match? Or will Whitehead put himself in pole position to make it to the evening sessions on Thursday and Friday? Currently, as things go, Co is in P3.
First leg, it's Sebastian to throw first.
In the league table.
Game
14
on.
points. 1 leg behind Steve West, who just won that match against Rob Grundy, who is in turn 1 leg behind Conan Whitehead, and in turn 1 leg ahead of Matthew Dennant. A head-scratching end
58.
to the day it is going to be, Paul.
I'm loving it. I'll tell you what Conan was loving. That Steve West win.
58.
You might think that Steve getting to second position on the same points as Conan was a bad result for the man from Kent. I disagree. I think
58.
that West winning that game and restricting Rob Grundy from getting to 16 points was the right result for him, because now he can get to 16 at the end of this round of play and be in the driving seat himself, ahead of his game with Matthew Dennant.
Already in the driving seat in this opening leg against the throw.
140.
We'll have to be careful here and not score 100. Down he comes to ensure
99.
that the 99 that leaves a finish is hit as opposed to the 100 that wouldn't have.
Just remember what it was like the first night we came here. We had
58.
Diogo
Conan, you
Portela,
require
James Hurrell,
164.
Martin Adams. Kieran Tian was here on the opening night as well. And he didn't have a very good Group A
60.
that week in Southampton before we launched on September 3rd, 2022. His name was the first name to win under this roof in any week.
59.
Yeah.
Conan, you
Finished
require
bottom of Group A.
104.
That's how bad it was. That's what Białowieski will be hoping to emulate. And why can't he? He's a very good player, just hasn't shown it enough in this group.
Well, 86 left for Conan. He's got 2 options here, double 18 or treble 20.
$72.
That is one heck of a
Sebastian,
lead.
you require 128.
Treble 18. He might want Conan to throw these darts for him because he'd definitely do that. But he'd do it twice.
Because of where that landed in the 54, there was
88.
a really strong argument
Conan,
for
you
going
require
for the
32.
treble 14.
Game shot on the first leg. Conan Whitehead.
He knows exactly what's going on this table. They do have a monitor in that room showing them what's happening.
Second
Conan now
leg, it's
knows
Conan to throw
that he
first.
can't win the group, but
Game
he
on.
could get second position, and he could get it before Grundy plays Białowieski in game 15.
Yeah, he plays twice before Grundy plays once.
140.
It does come down to who you're playing, doesn't it? And that's one of the reasons why that win for Steve West was so important for the other players, because Grundy has, on paper, the best chance by playing the man at the bottom, Sebastian Białowieski. But Steve West
137.
plays the man at the top, Andreas Harrison, and Dennant and Whitehead play each other.
Yeah, just because this is a
52.
3-day group where one person goes through doesn't mean it's not exciting. This has been great today.
The other interesting thing is, even if Conan Whitehead were to win this match 4-0, he'd get to +6.
95.
Matthew Dennant is on 0, so there is no scenario where they go into that match and Whitehead's already finished above him, because a 4-0 victory would turn that around.
139.
In Dennant's favour, you can get an 8-leg swing in one set of fixtures. The easiest way to do it is play that person and beat them 4-0. You've killed 2 birds with 1 stone.
Yeah, you make a good
44.
point, because
Conan, you
at
require
this stage
170.
of a race for something, you'd rather play someone that you want to knock out than someone who is out of the race completely.
60.
Well, Dennant's in the worst position because he's got the worst leg difference. He's in position 5 in this group, but all will be sorted in the final round of fixtures.
68.
Conan Whitehead has the
Conan,
chance
you require
to put himself
110.
in the best position. He's gone for the bullseye.
94.
He's gone straight
Sebastian,
for
you
the bullseye.
require
He did that
157.
when he qualified a few weeks ago. He had a bullseye with 3 darts in hand, and he did that. He's showing a bit of flair.
97. Conan, you require
Just
16.
fancied it. Does he get away with it? Does he? He
Getting
does.
shot on the second leg. Conan Whitehead.
He hadn't even discussed the prospect of a Białecki win here. That could have been a door open for
Third
him.
leg, it's
White had
Sebastian
missed
to
those
throw
opportunities,
first.
but
Game on.
there is a rather sinister part of me that hopes that Białecki wins because then we get all of the players on 14 points going into the final.
135.
I was thinking
Round of
exactly the
fixtures.
same. It would have been fun for the neutral, but imagine what it's like for the people watching their loved ones play. Imagine what it's like for Steve West's
100.
partner. What about Sherry Lee for Conan and the family of Matthew Dennant? Rob Grundy's cronies up in the northeast of England and his family, they'll be thinking, come on, we want you to play in Group B.
46.
Yeah, they'll be ordering new edges of seats at home, I'm sure. Or maybe one or two are still
94.
hiding behind the sofa like they would have been last night.
What I'd really like to know, if anybody's keeping count this week, by the way, is the hit rate on treble 18 for Conan. It feels like every time he goes for it, he's got at least
140.
2 shots hit out of 3. Remarkable. Don't agree with that
137.
one, though. I know that leaves the 170, but that was gaping, that 60, to leave 127. Maybe he just really wants to hit a
54.
bullseye in this
Conan, you
game.
require 170.
Feels like he wants to show us something here. Is this the show he was going to put on? Doesn't
98.
quite happen, so Białecki gets a go
Sebastian,
at the
you require
126.
126.
That's difficult to navigate, but he's found a way. Białecki wants the ball.
Getting shot on
he
the third
finds it as
leg.
well.
Sebastian Białecki.
Nails the ball and just harms Conan Whitehead's chances a little bit. Every leg matters, remember.
Fourth
Every
leg,
single
it's Conan
leg
to
will
throw
count.
first. Game on.
Biggest finish of this week for Sebastian. And I do believe
81.
that's his first bullseye finish as well. If he's going to get something out of his last 2 games, it might be something he can carry into Thursday.
96.
The bigger the win, the bigger the chance for Conan Whitehead, the better the position for Whitehead. He will be on 16 points for the victory, better
60.
than West, Grundy and Denon after the same amount of fixtures with 1 to play. However, Denon plays him, so can catch up. Grundy plays Białecki,
85.
so can catch up. And Steve West plays Andreas Harrison, so of course he can match the points tally as well.
100.
He will be in the most promising place, Conan Whitehead, but even with victory here, it ain't over in that Group B race.
I've just done a little digging action into
59.
Conan's surname. It's interesting. Goes all the way back to pre-7th century. And if you want to have a little bit of a dig
100.
into what your name's about, this is interesting. In a short description, it's a nickname for someone with white hair. And he's still got his hair, so
56.
looks like he's going to be
Conan, you require 160.
Whitehead when he's later in life.
I tried that once for my surname and it just came up with anything that
60.
can go wrong will go wrong, so I quickly closed the computer.
When you've got SON at the end of your name, it's very, very easy. Son of Nickel.
177.
Well, that is a very, very
Conan, you
good
require
lead.
100.
Conan Whitehead forced into action here. He won't be going for 2 bulls or anything spectacular this time. Now he's going to have to do
Game
it the
shot on the
conventional
flag.
way. He does
Conan
it the
Whitehead.
clinical way. He does it the Whitehead way. And he leads 3-1.
What a counter punch that was from Whitehead.
5th leg,
He's
it's
hit
Sebastian
hard
to
by
throw
Białowski
first.
on the
Game
chin,
on.
soaks it up and bang, 3-1. Beautiful 100 out.
That was sweet from Conan Whitehead, and a bit of relief for those
140.
watching and supporting him now. Looks likely to be in second place in this group. That's where he wants to be going into the final
94.
set of fixtures. Not only will he have a 2-point lead on the other players in that race, but of course he's got that buffer. Someone else is between him and the places outside
55.
the top 3.
Make no mistake as well, there is a certain blueprint for Group B qualification for Conan. It's winning here.
58.
It's watching Harrison beat West next. Then he beats Dennant, and he's got it done by game 14. And it doesn't matter what Grundy does. And he doesn't care who joins him. He's like an owl. He
55.
doesn't give 2 hoots. He
59.
hasn't won this one yet. Can't get too ahead of yourself.
I think there would even be a scenario where if that does happen, Harrison beats West after Whitehead wins this, then you'd only need a couple of legs against Dennant.
58.
Potentially, we'll dig into the maths when we get to the final 3, but there will be scenarios where he
45.
might not even have to win that game based on what the scorelines are elsewhere.
Well, let's disperse with the maths just for a second. Do you think there's somebody in this race that he'd rather go through with? Because you said there's a camaraderie between
99.
himself and Steve West. Do you think he'd rather go through with him?
I think if Whitehead and West go through, then the bookies would have Pilgrim, Whitehead and West as the favourites to go through from that
97.
I'd have to agree with that.
Sebastian, you
group. I'm not
require
certain it would be
94.
the same if it was Grundy or Dennant.
Lovely first start. Needs another. If indeed he chooses to go that way, he could go 60 for double 17.
Game shot on the
I was
5th
looking at
leg,
the wrong score
Sebastian
again.
Białowski.
Well, there you go. I'm glad he didn't go my route. I've been sipping from the cup
6th
of Rob
leg, it's
Grundy a
Conan to
little
throw
bit today.
first. Game on.
I do apologise.
Well, he got it right. And again, every leg we're talking about a minute ago, we're saying 4-1 and Whitehead might be
45.
not needing to beat Dennant. Might just need to get a 2 or 3 legs to get through if Harrison does him a favour against West. But every leg just makes a huge difference.
96.
Now if he wins this match,
100.
which he looks likely to do still,
80.
but say if he was to win it 4-3, he'd actually only be 3 legs in front of Dennant, level with West on legs,
85.
and 2 legs better than Grundy. Of course, he'd have those points buffer, but that doesn't matter as much because he's playing Dennant. Defeat would get him level. This is really going to be
58.
brain bamboozling stuff, this last round of
It
fixtures.
already is, Murph. I feel like Austin Powers when he's trying to talk about time travel. Oh no, I've gone cross-eyed.
$70.
Just let the chips fall. And this is really, really good from Whitehead, who has been a great finisher in Super Series action the last year.
80.
He may not have finished his first couple of games well today, but it looks like the end is nigh for this one.
Conan closing it out. A 180 in his second
58.
visit, a 180 in his
Conan, you
fourth.
require 38.
And options here. What do you fancy, Co? Chooses to split.
Game shot.
And
On the
he
match.
hits, and he
Conan
wins.
Whitehead.
And that means that Conan Whitehead is in the box seat in this race to make it through to Group B. We have the final round of fixtures remaining. Conan Whitehead is in second place on 16 points. Steve West, Rob Grundy and Matthew Dennant after that victory for Whitehead remain 2 points behind him, and West is the first out to bat. He takes on the group winner, Andreas Harrison, next.
Hello, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. There's just one round of fixtures left to go on Wednesday at Champions Week. And before the break, we saw a former champion, Conan Whitehead, get the better of Sebastian Białecki by 4-2. Steve West got the better of Robert Grundy by 4-1. And Andreas Harrison, who wrapped the group up midway through the day, got the better of Matt Dennett by that same scoreline. So what we're looking at for the rest of the day? Well, it's the race for Group B. Now, the second and third place players in Group A, if you are new to us here at the Live Lounge Report, so they'll qualify for Group B. That's a 5-player group where 3 go through tomorrow and Friday evening. At the moment, it's in the hands of Conan Whitehead, the former champion. Steve West occupies that third spot and has that 2-leg buffer as well on Rob Grundy in the legs difference. How crucial could that be? But both Grundy and Dennett on 14 points. It could be a captivating race to the line. Steve West is in action now, and he's going to take on Andreas Harrison. It's going to be his last game before he departs for a couple of days. He's going to have a bit of the luxury of rest before his biggest night of his career on Saturday, when he takes part in Champions Night with £20,000 up for grabs. Let's watch this one then in the company of Paul Nicholson and Chris Murphy.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. The number crunching continues. Now, I'm certain that the players themselves won't be aware of these permutations, but Steve West could actually seal his place in Group B here. I'm going to make it sound easy. It won't be this easy, but if he wins 4-0 or 4-1 against the group winner, Andreas Harrison, who has only lost once every day and he's already had that defeat today, yeah, a margin of 3 or 4 legs would see Steve West uncatchable by Rob Grundy
First leg, it's
and
Steve
Matthew
to throw
Dennett,
first.
meaning he would be
Game
in Group
on.
B and would not have to worry about what they do.
It's in your hands, Steve. You got to beat someone you haven't beaten this week by a margin.
95.
It's not out of the question. He has got the darts as well. And we've just seen a game with Whitehead against Białecki, which has just broken a trend.
180.
We had 8 straight games won with the darts until that previous match. But a 180 to start a campaign.
180.
And then a 180 to back up it from Steve West. Means we could be in for some carnage right here.
100.
Bring it on, I say. The more carnage, the better.
You know, it's also pretty perfect.
60.
Steve West infuriating Paul Nicholson alongside me by not leaving a finish. I'll tell you what's also pretty perfectly poised, Paul.
100.
The next match is Conan White against Matthew Dennant. Whitehead's 2 points ahead, but only 4 legs ahead. So Dennant could still finish above him.
134.
Yeah, Whitehead was really
Andreas,
pleased
you
with that
require
previous victory, but his job
121.
isn't done yet. Steve West will not be able to watch this.
96.
Now he can.
Steve, you require 32.
Right, 32 for West to get the first leg in the ledger. Remember, to qualify now, it's 4-0 or 4-1, so this leg is crucial.
16.
To be broken in the opener
Andreas, you
would
require
make
25.
it very unlikely that West would get the job done in this game.
2-8.
Game shot
A
on the
1-0
first
lead
leg.
and that
Andreas
first break
Harrison.
of throw. He doesn't need any more. He just needs to hold from here. Don't often see Steve down in the
Second
32
leg, it's
region.
Andreas to throw first. Game on.
He is a lot more comfortable with tops, 12s and 10s.
47.
We're going to see that jostling around again pretty soon. West currently in 3rd place. If he loses this leg, he'd drop to 4th.
140.
I've spoken to quite a few people actually over the last couple of months.
140.
As fans, what would they change about MODUS Super Series action to have more jeopardy?
81.
And a lot of people think that in a Group A situation, instead of having a guaranteed 2 chances, the person who finishes 6th should be eliminated.
82.
What are your thoughts on that, Murph?
I did once suggest that idea myself.
And that would mean that Białecki would leave us on a
85.
Wednesday.
I think it would be particularly harsh in Champions Week. And also, how do you replace... Any week, it means we'd need 13 players a week rather than 12. But how do you replace the one in Champions Week?
Yeah, you'd need to have
28.
the best runner-up from the 12 weeks and have a little table for that.
And where would that best runner-up come in? Would they be in Group C? But then it's very difficult, isn't it? What position would you rather be in? A
84.
guaranteed Group B or starting in Group A?
They'd go into Group C.
But then which of the 12 winners doesn't...
64.
Which of the top 6 doesn't play in
Steve,
Group
you
A? It's really
require
interesting, isn't
It
it?
is
111.
really interesting. What's
Right.
even more interesting is a 111. And that is purely because he wants to steer clear of certain
71.
doubles going treble 17 first.
Andreas, you require 140.
140 would be a hammer blow to Steve West. That's the first nail. 2 are in the coffin,
120.
but Steve West gets a reprieve.
Steve, you require 40.
It's almost like he threw up in his mouth right there when those 260s were hit. Double 10 for him, though. Can he find it? Yes.
Shot on the second leg. Steve West.
Huge opportunity taken.
There has to be 3 players in the practice room next door, all wanting Steve West to
Third leg,
lose.
it's
And
Steve
we
to
can
throw
hear
first.
a little bit of
Game
commotion
on.
in there when that went in.
It would make for a really interesting practice room camera, wouldn't it?
140.
People have gone from friends to foes to allies. Strange, strange day.
By the way, Steve West could lose
140.
and still go through. We haven't pondered that particular point yet. There are scenarios about. There's no guarantee, of course, that Dennant and Grundy below him go on to win their
100.
game. So
Yeah.
depending on the margin of defeat, he could still go through.
Yeah, Białecki could beat Grundy. And Whitehead could beat Dennant. As long as this is tight, then he definitely
100.
has things in his favour, courtesy of what he did against Grundy. That 4-1 victory at the minute looks invaluable.
41.
But what he does now will define him. I don't mean to sound like Batman, because he says, it's not who I am, it's what I do that
140.
defines me.
I'll be robbing that line. I'm sure you won't be robbing that one. Well, will Steve West be robbing the leg?
60.
He'll have to take out
Andreas, you
160,
require
but will only get a
121.
go if Harrison doesn't take this one out, and he won't.
Well, look on the bright side. He left 166 in a leg that he lost. I know he missed
81.
3 dots of double 16 for it,
Steve,
but
you
this time
require
at least he's left the finish.
160.
Not going to go. Harrison looking to carry on this little exchange of
100.
early breaks.
Andreas, you require 40. Game shot on the
More
third
breaks than an
leg.
English
Andreas
builder's
Harrison.
yard. 3 out of 3, and the breaks of throw. He is 2 legs away from putting his feet up.
Fourth leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, so now it's jeopardy time for Steve West. If he starts losing more legs, then he starts falling out of the top 3.
95.
And then he doesn't just need the players below him to be beaten, but he needs them to be beaten by certain score lines.
Just to be clear, if this is jeopardy,
100.
questions are not the answers. Answers are the answers.
Still hearing plenty of little
60.
noises, banging going on in that practice room next door. It's adjacent to our commentary position, and it's been quite a boisterous one this week. It's been pretty quiet in there today, business-like,
84.
but we are hearing a few fists on tables and taps on walls.
Yeah, you do tend to get a bit of boisterousness from
140.
certain individuals this week, but not so from Harrison or Białecki. They're particularly mute.
140.
It's good from West, but is it good enough? Is he going to get 6 darts from 177?
100.
Questionable.
$57. Andreas, you require 106.
Well, these could be the key exchanges here. If this finish goes, then West would have been in big
58.
trouble. But if he can take out the
Steve, you
120, he's
require
back in command of
120.
the match.
Might go bull here. Yeah, that 60 was
44.
very much obscured.
Andreas, you require 48.
Double 16 for a precious hold of throw, and he's got a little cushion now.
Game shot
Didn't
on the
need
fourth
it.
leg. Andreas Harrison.
This is just him having fun and making someone's day worse.
If Steve West loses this leg, he
Fifth
will
leg, it's Steve to throw
finish his
first.
day
Game on.
outside of the top 3. The minimum requirement for Steve West would have been to get into Group B. It doesn't mean he'll stay there, such as the bizarre way this group
60.
has unfolded. He could end up being back there without playing after falling out after playing.
And considering what some players do when looking at the table,
100.
if he was to lose this game right here, West might leave the building and think, I'm playing in Group C. And then he might get a call saying, oh, I'll see you tomorrow night then. But he's not done yet.
140.
Any player here in Champions Week can rattle off 3 legs in a row in something akin to 39 to 45 darts. That's what West needs now.
Andreas Harrison, if he does win, will end the group on 24 points. A very healthy
100.
tally for any Group A. He's
25.
Don't forget, a man who started this Group A campaign as the outsider. He's dominated it.
Made an absolute mockery of those odds. There are going to be people out there with a wager slip saying 8-1 Harrison, saying, yay.
180.
Just like there.
Steve, you require 61.
Treble 7 was the target, 13.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Steve West.
Wow.
Weirdest 61 checkout I've seen in a long time. And maybe the angriest.
Sixth leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
We just don't know how valuable that leg will be. Just winning that leg.
60.
might be enough to get him through to Group B status, but it might just be enough to ignite the challenge of getting him through this game.
54.
Well, that was such an interesting dart, wasn't it? Didn't stop to think, went for a 3 for double 5, assuming that it was because it's next to tops.
100.
My thoughts exactly. He'd much rather have a shot at the top of the board, whether it's an odd number or an even number. He doesn't care. And I suppose I can
100.
see his way of thinking, because he's got one dart and one dart only at a department of the board that he prefers. And I totally get it. It looks weird, it's unconventional, but there is sense behind
95.
Can he turn it around? Harrison still seems to be carrying on his progress. He
100.
has just been unflappable all week. Whatever they throw at him, he just brushes it aside.
140.
He's throwing effortless darts. And at the minute you can see that West is really digging deep.
180.
Doesn't get any deeper.
80. Andreas, you require 106.
Well, he couldn't take out the 106 in the previous leg. Couldn't get a double for it. Doesn't again. And Steve West.
58.
Now, does he go treble 9
Steve,
for
you
tops
require
here?
67.
Should do. But isn't. Fascinating.
Game shot on the sixth
Enormous.
flag. Steve West.
He takes me and Murphy by surprise, because we were convinced that treble 9 was going to be the shot.
7th
He
and final
decided
leg. It's Steve
to
to
go
throw
for
first.
17s and a
Game
department
on.
of the board that's not been good to him this week. And it's 3-3, and he's one leg away from getting a vital 2 points.
140.
Yeah, if he missed it, we might have even been saying he should have gone treble 9, because it's a shot where you can leave tops whether you hit the treble or not.
And regardless of what happens in the table,
140.
if West wins this game 4-3, beating the Group A champion, his confidence will be better for the win rather than walking away with this loss.
140.
He's been digging so deep for 3 legs now. He's making it almost impossible for Harrison to win this game with the scoring here in leg 7.
55. 100.
Harrison's got to get his maths spot on here. 60 needed.
96.
No 60 there means
Steve, you
West
require
can take his time
121.
on 1-2-1, if indeed he needs to.
81.
3 darts at double top, guaranteed. And what's been one of his best last legs of the week. This is to set the lead.
81. Steve, you require 40.
Set the target. It's up to you, Steve.
To put himself in position. Double 10.
30.
Can't take it. He's left double 5. He's hit double 5 before, but he might not
Andreas,
get
you
another
require
go.
129.
Treble 20 for the bullseye.
Game
What a
shot
way to
and the
finish
match.
Group A.
Andreas Harrison.
He can't believe it. He had 3 darts at 40, and the darts are on the floor. That was dirty from Harrison, who pins a central bullseye in a week where we've had hardly any bullseye finishes. And he finishes his campaign with another day with 8 points, 24 in total, with a leg difference of 22 in the plus. And the winner of Group A finishes with a bang. West will have to wait. His chances are still alive, but they are slim for Group B. When we come back, it will be Dennant versus Whitehead. And make no mistake, Steve West wants Whitehead to win.
Welcome back to the Super Series on Sporty Stuff TV, where we are in the midst of Champions Week. And that man, the former champion Conan Whitehead, is looking to be two-time champion. But his priority here is to get into Group B tomorrow night. Both him and Matt Dennant are playing for that particular prize and play off in our 14th game of the day. Before the break, Steve West lost out to Andreas Harriusson. And watch out, because at the end of this one, Conan Whitehead will be taking flight. I better get my hard hat ready up here on the balcony. Down in the commentary box, probably the safest place in the building, is Chris Murphy and Paul Nicholson.
Or in celebration from Conan Whitehead at the end of this match? That's the question. We've been looking once again at the possibilities, and with one game left to play after this, it's pretty simple. Whoever's in second place will be safe, because Rob Grundy, playing in the last match, is only going to knock out third place with victory in it. So a win for Conan Whitehead would see him seal second spot and put himself in Group B. But more than that, if he manages to get to 2 legs, he can't
First
be
leg, it's
shifted
Conan to
from
throw
second
first. Game on.
in this match. So 2 legs, enough for Conan Whitehead to qualify. Matthew Dennant, such is the precariousness of his position, if he wins 4-1 or 4-0, he will qualify. If he wins 4-2, 4-3 or loses, then it wouldn't be certain. A defeat would leave him out of it, of course. A 4-2 or 4-3 win would leave him vulnerable, with Grundy playing Białecki in the last game.
140.
Conan's got to be the most comfortable. He's got the position. He's got the points in the bag.
He'll be comfortable when he gets it done. That's what he'd say.
Well, Steve West, the sitting duck,
90.
he's in third place, but not playing.
How many times have we said that West is playing in a group that's on the knifiest of knife edges? It happens every time.
44.
But the first part for him would be for Conan to conquer Dennant. It takes one of the chasers out of the equation for Steve West. But then he'd be relying on Białecki to
99.
beat Rob Grundy.
Well, let me put this to you. End of Monday, he's in 6th position. If you said to Conan at that point
97.
that he'd be in his last game of the group and he had to get 2 legs to be in Group B, would you take that, or would you gamble and go for the win? I think he would have taken
79. Conan, you require 120.
even with what happened yesterday.
He might take this. No, he's crafted it perfectly. Right-hand side.
80.
Intentionally tried to put that second dart out of the way there.
$59. Conan, you require 40.
Can he hit what West couldn't?
Game shot on the first
He
leg.
can.
Conan Whitehead.
One more leg, and Whitehead will join Group B.
Second leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
Everything's gone quiet in the practice room.
134.
It wasn't very quiet in the last game. Does Dennant really feel that he can do
100.
this? It's a big ask compared to what's happened earlier in the week.
By whatever scoreline, if he wins, he will go into the top 3. Matt Dennant,
100.
but third place remains vulnerable for Rob Grundy against Białecki in the next game. He replaced Steve West, and he'd be feeling exactly like Steve West is feeling now.
I'd rather be vulnerable than out.
Yeah, well, that's true. A Dennant victory does put Steve West out. We say out, we mean into Group C. But the distinct disadvantage
59.
of playing in it, with 33% of the players qualifying.
Well, let me put it this way. If Steve West is going into Group C, I'm making favourite for the group.
Yeah, it's a fair point, but he's also got to bounce back from
58.
disappointment. In a strange way, Sebastian Białecki mentally might be better
62.
prepared because he's been able to prepare since about halfway through yesterday for that group.
Yeah, fair point. And he hasn't used up a great deal of
100.
anxiety
Matt, you
or any
require
energy thinking about
146.
things too much, because he knows exactly where he's going.
Conan Whitehead's going to get a chance.
Surely for him, I know that he's got long darts.
58. Conan,
and
you
a
require
very steep
108.
angle, but 18's on this. Oh well, 93 left. He doesn't get a shot at double 18, but he's so good at the treble 18. That's the
52.
kind of shot you want to go for it.
Matt, you require
Even if you
88.
get the treble and you don't like the lie for the single, go for the 14 tops.
Great dart from Dennant. Double 14 is his target, but
60.
he's failed to find it.
Conan, you require
Options for
56.
Conan. Could go 20 for a double 18, but he chooses 16 for tops.
Game shot on the
And
second
it's
leg.
2-0.
Conan Whitehead.
And Conan Whitehead, in getting that second leg, has booked his place in Group B. He will be in contention Thursday and Friday
Third
evening.
leg, it's Conan to
and
throw
will
first.
have the opportunity
Game on.
to take one of 3 places from the 5 positions in that group.
So some of the fixtures are now confirmed for Thursday and Friday. Whitehead
57.
will play against Daryl Pilgrim. I love the look of that. Marino McKells and Chris Quantock will have to contend with the Barbarian as well.
84.
Yeah, if all players are equal, then you've got a 60% chance of qualifying from Group B.
108.
And only a 33% chance of qualifying from Group C, which is looking likely what Matt Dennant's going to have to settle
97.
for. Because Conan's not relenting here.
Do you subscribe to the fact that you've got a 50% chance of winning each game you play?
Well, if I played you, then I
100.
think you'd have a better than 50% chance.
Yeah, 'cause I don't believe in it either because you don't have the darts in every game.
Yeah, that's true. Particularly in this kind of format, I think that chance becomes closer to 50%
40.
in a longer format with
Conan,
2
you
evenly
require
matched players.
164.
Are we going to see the flamboyant stuff that we were seeing earlier? The answer is no from
132.
Co.
The way Conan's playing in this game and the response that's coming from Matt.
96. Conan, you require
This was
32.
a fight in the octagon. Whitehead is very close to making Matt tap.
That was very close.
Game
And that's
shot on the
him.
third leg. Conan
He's got him
Whitehead.
pinned down. So 3-0 Whitehead. Group B bound.
Fourth leg, it's Matt
That's
to throw
certain
first.
now. What's not yet
Game
certain
on.
is Matt Dennant's destination on Champions Week, but to have any chance of being in Group B, he's now going to have to win 4 legs on the spin.
100.
He worked so hard to get into Champions Week.
80.
The way that Matt has for his first stint at it. Conan's in his third. He knows
100.
all about it. In fact, I do beg your pardon, he's in his second, isn't he? He's got a 100% record
140.
the Champions Night, and almost we got Matt Dennant on 100% on 60s in a leg.
70.
3-0 down, and Dennant should be deflated. He hits 5 perfect darts.
43.
How many times have you seen people hit 9 darters and lose the game, though? And more often than not, you see those 9 darters when those people are behind because they just let them
100.
fly.
Matt, you require 138.
There's only one way to go for this year. It's the Humphreys route.
Are we calling it the Humphreys
86.
now?
That way, yes.
Well, Whitehead was bold there.
140.
Staying on the 20s, but it's
Matt, you
paid
require
off.
52.
He's put pressure on Dennant, who wants double top, who wants double 10, who gets double
Game
10.
shot on the fourth leg.
Dennant
Matt
in the
Dennant.
match. Whitehead has the darts here to win 4-1. Now, it's still very
Fifth leg,
likely
it's
that
Conan
Conan
to
goes
throw
on to win
first.
this game, so I
Game
suppose
on.
we should just put you in the picture ahead of the next one. Steve West will still be sitting in third if that is the case. However, all Rob Grundy would
95.
have to do to usurp him is win. Suddenly it gets clear and simple.
Well, it gets clear.
82.
And it seemed simple, hasn't it? Let's be fair. Białecki's only won 2 matches. He hasn't won a match to date. Is he going to save his daily victory
85.
to deny Rob Grundy and to save Steve West.
Well, think about it this way. He beat West yesterday. He beat Conan on Monday.
134.
This game hasn't finished yet, though.
Brilliant last start from Whitehead there, sandwiching it in between, one above and one below the tram lines.
96.
That's another good last start. Just keeps himself half a dart ahead.
$57.
Intelligent switch. It would be some way
100.
to finish your campaign.
Conan, you require
To
164.
cement second spot. 164. There's the 64.
84.
Dennett is scrapping
you
away,
require
staying in this,
89.
clawing his way back into it. Conan hasn't had a match start yet.
Game shot on
not
the
gonna get
fifth
one on
leg.
this leg.
Matt Denon.
We were talking about the permutations going to the next match, but there might be another one yet because Matt Dennant might
Sixth leg. It's Matt to throw
put
first.
himself
Game
in third
on.
place. If he wins 2 more games, we haven't had a single match. Finished 4-0 today.
140.
Just a reminder, yesterday out of 15, we had 7.
43.
I've never seen that before. 7 4-0s.
93.
Conan, this is not the time to be slowing down.
55.
Trying to get something out of himself. That's what he does.
I wonder if he knows he needed 2 legs. I wonder if he feels he has to win this match.
That's what I'm thinking.
Because he's still looking sort
77.
of intense, isn't he? Like he really feels he needs the win. He's okay. He's in Group B.
Yeah, I think for some players, it's just about the feeling
55.
of winning your last game as well. And that's what I mean by not slowing down. If you want that feeling of winning going into the next group, you've got to maintain intensity. And let's face it,
138.
Conan's maybe a little bit more intense than your average dart player.
92.
Well, Dennant's found
Matt,
a
you
real
require
surge
53.
on the last 3 legs. This
Game
is
shot on the
really good
sixth
stuff
leg.
from
Matt
Dennant.
Denon.
It's been a game of 2 halves. Whitehead won the first half. Dennant won the second. And
Seventh
now,
and final leg. It's Conan to throw
basically a
first.
shootout.
Game on.
But Whitehead has the darts. We said 50-50 earlier.
58.
Now, has it just become 50-50 with Whitehead not starting with a treble?
$140.
Not sure it's 50-50 at the minute. It could well be. Well, it lasted for about 2 seconds. The fact that it was advantage Dennant.
100.
It might still be. This game is changing by the dart. Never mind the visit.
Oh, what a turnaround this would be. Remember, he trailed 3-0 here.
140.
Matt Dennant, to have any chance of making it into Group B, was in a position where he had to win 4 straight legs. He might just pull it off.
And nobody has won from that position
81.
this week. Nobody's been 3-0 down and won.
$60.
Only 60. Whitehead has got to make use of these 18s. It's got to go there now. 6 of them?
92.
Only 4. But it's still
Matt,
a
you
finish.
require
The biggest finish
161.
against arguably the hardest finish. That one's not going to go. Now, just to remind you, we've had something sorted in this match already. Conan Whitehead, by
93.
getting to 2 legs,
Conan, you
will
require
be in Group B.
170.
At the end of the game, we'll know whether it will be Dennant or Steve West that are
60.
definitely in Group
Matt,
C.
you require 68.
If Dennant takes this out, it will be West. He'll keep his B hopes alive. He's getting 1 dart. It's at double 16.
Game
It's
shot
in
and the
double
match.
16.
Matt Denon.
And Matt Denon has completed the great escape. Steve West now knows his fate. He falls into Group C. Conan Whitehead has done enough to be in Group B. Not sure if he knows it. There goes the dart. I'm not sure if Henry Deacon on the balcony caught it or not, but Conan Whitehead has managed to get himself into Group B. He's done his job despite defeat. Matt Dennant is in third place and could join him, but only if the so far winless Sebastian Białecki can defeat Rob Grundy. That's coming up, the final match after the break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where I'm joined up here on the balcony by the former champion Conan Whitehead, who's going to be in Group B tomorrow night. But when you came up to see me, you didn't actually know why you were coming up here. You thought that you had to wait for this last game to see whether you were in Group B or not.
I genuinely thought you was taking the mickey out of me. I thought, from what I could see back in the players' room, I thought I had to win that game to go through to Group B. So when I lost it, I thought it was all in this result here. But as you say, the leg difference is good for me. But I come into this group this morning thinking I've got a chance here, and as soon as Andreas beat me, I thought, right, shoot for B, and I thought I was out then.
How quickly after the Andreas game did you flick the mindset? Was it a case of you just got over it very quickly and just knew because you got another thing to play for?
To be fair, mate, I mean, I don't think I played bad all day, do you know what I mean? Just, I lost to Andreas and I lost who did I play the first game, was it? I can't remember who I played first game. Rob Grundy, and I've missed starts in both of them. And I'm thinking, I'm putting myself under the cosh again. I do it all the time. But that's where I like to be.
You don't like making it easy for yourself, Conan, do you?
Well, why make life easy when you can struggle?
Please hang that quote in the Louvre. But let's talk about you in comparison to a year ago, because it is a year on since you won the title here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Where would you compare your game now to where it was when you lifted that title?
Oh, I genuinely think I'm playing better now. But not better, but more consistent. I mean, I've had a couple of ropey games, but I think that's just missed doubles. But my scoring is back up there where it used to be. I mean, if I can from what I can remember in the final, I didn't play brilliant against Graham, but Graham played bad. So, and look, today I don't think I played bad at all, and I'm still just scraping Group B. Do you know what I mean? Here's what it is.
How much do you like symmetry? Because when you won the title back in October last year, you played in Group B. You're playing in Group B tomorrow and Friday night. How much do the evening sessions give you that ultra bit of advantage?
Well, I've told you every single time I like Henry, I will make Saturday. I've said this every time, and I've proved myself right. So, I mean, I'm hoping I'm going to prove myself right again. It might bite me in the backside, but I'll be there Saturday.
Now, finally, I've got a bit of a bone to pick with you. Have I upset you or something? Because at the end of every day's play, you keep throwing one of these up at me on the balcony. Have I done something to upset you?
No, not at all. No, it's out of frustration, to be honest. I've got nowhere else to throw it. So I see you and I think, right, you're getting it. And to be fair, I've hit you every time. So it's probably the best that I've thrown all day, every day.
I can hear the gallery in my ear, and I can see about 5 stems being thrown up right now, because I think that's going to be the newest trick around here. Well, Conan, congratulations. I'll give you that back if you want it now.
Thank you very much. I need a spare.
I was going to say, you need a spare.
I've got rid of them all.
I was going to say, can I just quickly talk about the fact that when you're up on stage, you have just the one stem and flight glued together on the table?
Yeah, well, years ago, I was using rings, and I kept catching the rings, and I was trying to find something else to use. And I'm pretty lazy. I don't like picking up my flights. So when Robbie Green said to me once, why don't you super glue them? Well, good idea. And ever since he told me, I've never gone back.
And you are back in Group B, and maybe we'll see you back at Champions Night. The former champion in
No
Group
maybe.
B. There's no maybe about it. He says he is going to be there. But the race for Group B comes down to this final game as Rob Grundy against Sebastian Białowski, and go through all the permutations and all the scenarios with the anorak out is Chris Murphy and Paul Nicholson.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, well, basically, Grundy wins. He goes through. It's a match between Robert Grundy and Matt Dennant. However, Sebastian Białowski is throwing the darts for Dennant. Is that fair to say, Paul?
Yeah, very fair. It's a bit like having a runner in cricket. Sometimes you can hit the ball, but you ask somebody else to do the running of 22 yards and back. Now, if you are discounting Sebastian, just wait a minute. Because over the last couple of days, he hasn't played his best, but he has
First
won a
leg,
game
it's Rob to throw
per
first.
day.
Game on.
He hasn't won yet today. He might be saving his best for his 15th game in Group A. Grundy wins, and he's going to be very happy with a spot in Group B.
140.
And before we get into the meat of this one, what were your thoughts on the interview there from Conan? He sounded very confident, but you did notice one little chink in the armour, didn't you?
Yeah, just a little bit.
134.
He said, I'm going to be there, but he said, hopefully I can prove myself right.
Yeah, so in the confident talk, he actually did slip a hope in there.
100.
He did try and get around that at the end with that no maybes. But yeah, Conan Whitehead in Group B with Daryl Pilgrim joining the party tomorrow, Chris Quantock and Moreno
99.
Michels, and either Rob Grundy himself, who will get there if he wins this match, or Matt Dennant, who will be there if he doesn't.
I think it's key now that
100.
Steve West makes peace with the fact that he is in Group C. And if you're Matt Dennant right now, make peace with whatever happens. You've done your job. You've done your best. The fact is you
174.
are coming back tomorrow.
Rob, you require 161.
That's a good thing. Doesn't matter whether it's Group C or B. I know we'd rather be in Group B, but it's not under your control anymore.
But
it's in Rob's.
60.
Or Sebastian's.
Sebastian, you
because
require
he's made this
94.
really good start here. That 174 has given him a go to break. It would be the perfect start, and he gets a go here at double 16.
62. Rob, you require 101.
101 for Grundy. First part done perfectly. Second part achieved. Same target Białowski missed.
Game shot on the
He's hit
first
by
leg.
Grundy.
Rob Grundy.
And it's a deflated Dennant in the practice room after that.
I make that
Second leg, it's Sebastian to throw
Robert
first.
Grundy's
Game on.
first ton plus checkout of the day. Really interesting. You think about what he's done at
29.
times here this week. He has had really good, consistent, brilliant spurts. He can put in 3 straight legs and average 100, which he did in that first leg. It's a question of whether he can do
85.
it again. If he gets to 3-0 up, I can't see Sebastian coming back from 3-0 down the way that Matt Dennant's just done it. In fact, I didn't see Matt doing that.
97.
Fascinating that Conan's saying on the balcony with Henry that he thought that he might be in Group C because of that loss. And the ignorance of some of the dark players in a good sense, because all they want to do is just go on the stage and win.
Well, it must be a negative way to go into any match going, I want to win so many legs rather than win the match.
I'd much rather just have the knowledge that I want to win the game. I played in a Grand Slam once and I was playing Steve Beaton on the stage and I had no idea what my situation was. I just wanted to go on the stage and play. When I was 4-1 down, I looked over to someone and I just did that cutthroat remark and they said, yeah, you're out. I thought, okay, game's not even finished.
180.
Well, that was
Rob,
nice.
you require 143.
From Białecki, doesn't leave him an out, though. And Rob Grundy might finish this. Gonna leave it handy, but this is good stuff from Grundy so
92.
That wasn't exactly what he was hoping for, but missing there was as good as missing in the 10 segment. This could actually be one of the best games that we've seen so far.
96.
Started very well.
Rob, you require 51.
Double 16, right in the bottom corner.
Game shot in the second leg. Rob
but he has won
Grundy.
the leg and it's 2-0, halfway to Group B success. But that second leg of this contest yielded
Third
the
leg,
first
it's Rob to throw
180
first.
in this game for Sebastian,
Game
and his
on.
second of the day. That's his average per day, 2.
We've only had one match where both players have averaged in 3 figures. You wouldn't have ever picked this match to be a potential rival for it for
46.
2 reasons. One, because Sebastian Białecki has lost all 4 of his games today. And 2, simply because Rob Grundy has to win to get that Group B spot, which brings its own level of pressure. He hasn't played like a man under it.
95.
You don't need to be a genius to figure out that Białecki's highest average this week is indeed a losing average. 89.03 against Matthew Dennett earlier when he put in the highest of the week of 107.78. But even his biggest winning average is 88.41.
80.
Yet to average over 90, and everybody else has sailed above that mark more than once. But if you were to ask me what chance I'd give him in Group
43.
C, I'd still give him a fighting chance.
Yeah, it's going to be a couple of interesting groups, whoever's in them. Białecki, we know, is in Group
100.
C with Matt Clark, Jim McEwen, Anton Ursuland. Then either, or Steve West, of course, sorry, then either his opponent in this match or more likely at this
140.
stage, Matty Dennett. Well, who's your favourite? You're still plumping for West?
Yeah.
And who else you think would join him in going through from that? I mean, we don't even know who's in it yet,
44.
but I'll make the questions difficult.
I know you do. You always do. Jim McEwen.
Fair shout.
137.
And do you agree with Conan Whitehead when he says he will definitely be at Saturday?
Yes, I do.
So we know you're plumping for Pilgrim, so that leaves actually only one spot to grab from Group B.
86.
Grundy will be after it
Rob, you
if he
require
wins this
50.
match.
I think he's trending in the right direction. Think about what he did on Monday. Yesterday was better, and today's been better again.
Game shot on the
See?
third leg. Rob Grundy.
3-0 up. Group B has definitely got his name on it by the looks of it.
And the big thing for me is the fact that he's had 3
Fourth
darts of
leg,
double
it's
and he's hit
Sebastian
all
to
of
throw
them.
first. Game on.
Every single one on the checkouts, Rob Grundy has been immaculate. And there have been times this week when that hasn't been the case.
97.
We actually saw him find the doubling so difficult on Monday that when he was hitting them, he was shaking his head in disbelief.
41.
By the way, we haven't had a 4-0 all day. Hasn't been one match that has finished 4-0. Even Sebastian Białecki, who's lost all of his matches, has managed to win at least a
83.
leg in every single one. 4-2 defeat to Andreas Harrison, 4-2 defeat to Steve West, 4-1 defeat to Matthew Dennett, and a 4-2 defeat to Conan Whitehead.
140.
We are going to be in a very bizarre situation where, and I can only think of this happening once before,
100.
where 5 of the players in the group are going to finish on a positive leg difference. And then there's poor old Sebastian, who could be on as high as -33. How does he dig himself out of that for the rest of the week? Of course, it all goes to 0 again tomorrow. His aim is to reset, rebuild,
123.
and turn his fortunes around. Can he turn his fortunes around in this match? In the last match, we had someone 3-0 up and the other player winning 4-3.
100. Sebastian, you require 98.
Does lightning strike twice? Can Bolt strike here? Chooses to split.
Game
And
shot on the
hits.
4th leg. Sebastian
And
Białecki.
there will be no whitewash on Wednesday in Champions Week. Białecki
5th
refusing
leg,
to
it's
roll
Rob to throw
over.
first.
But
Game
Rob
on.
Grundy remains a leg away from stealing a Group B spot away from Matt Dennant.
$135. $58.
Good guide for him, but he hasn't been able to use it. Does with the last
85.
start.
$41.
So, Paul, how would you sum up today? Is the question that Henry Deacon will be asking him at the end of the show, which is why he's not sat alongside me and why you're not
140.
hearing his voice anymore. Yeah, stuck with me till the end, but for how long will it be?
85. Rob, you require
3 more darts?
141.
Will it be 3 more legs? Well, there's one of the 3. There's 2 of the 3. And there is the
Game
finish.
shot
Rob
and the
Grundy
match.
gets
Rob
it done.
Grundy.
A fabulous 1-4-1. He'd actually missed double 12 for that twice already today. But it's 3rd time lucky for Rob Grundy. And it is 2nd place in Group A for Grundy as well. He will go through to Group B. And what a performance in order to get him there. 102 average, 4 out of 4 on the doubles, capped with that fabulous 1-4-1 finish. Andreas Harrison has won the group. Rob Grundy is 2nd place and goes through to Group B along with Conan Whitehead. Narrowly missing out Matt Dennant. Steve West also going to Group C with Sebastian Białecki. So, what a performance from Grundy to win it in the end. 4-1 over Sebastian Białecki, and a great way to end the day. Absolutely superb stuff. We are going to hear from Andreas Harrison, the Group A winner, with Henry and Paul on stage.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. And what a culmination we have had to Group A here at Champions Week at the MODUS Super Series. And the man who is top of the pile beyond anybody else is Andreas Harrison. Andreas, great to have you here on stage. And first of all, what a great week it's been. How can you sum up the last couple of days?
Yeah, what can I say? Over the moon for the Saturday. Yeah, so happy.
Going into this week, obviously we saw you win in week 7, but what were your kind of expectations going into this? Obviously, Champions League being a first time for you, maybe being a relatively unknown experience.
Yeah, I was happy to play 5 days and hopefully get for the Saturday. Would be great. So yeah.
So you're into Saturday at the earliest possible opportunities, and now you've got a couple of days off. Have you thought about how you may be spending them in preparation?
I'm gonna spend it with my missus and go out on the town. Yeah, maybe shopping.
I'll tell you what, I think we're going to have your idea for the next couple of days. Paul, you've been watching all the action in the commentary box. How would you describe the way that Andreas has played the last couple of days?
It's been assassin-like, because has Andreas been playing at the highest level throughout? No. Has he been the most lethal on the doubles? Statistically, no. But timing. You might want to go and buy yourself a Rolex, Andreas, because your timing has been sickening at times, especially in that last game, in game 15, that bullseye finish. You might not see a better bullseye this week. That must have felt pretty good.
Yeah, it felt great. I know I didn't have to hit it, but maybe that's why I hit it.
And it's something that you've been doing all week, these big finishes, particularly that game against Matt Denner at the end of yesterday, 3 plus outshots, 1-6-1. And that's a very important, I suppose, weapon to have in the arsenal.
Yeah, of course. It feels great to have them, to have done them.
You must be really proud today, Andreas, because we've seen some great Swedish players in the last 40, 50 years. And obviously, with this venue being about a year old, you are the first Swede into a Champions Night. And you could write your own little bit of Swedish history over the next few days. How do you feel about that?
Feels fantastic, of course. Hopefully Anton can join me on Saturday.
Well, that was going to be my next question. Will you be supporting Anton the next couple of days?
Yeah, of course. We're watching him from the hotel, I think.
And just finally, into Champions Night, you've done a lot in your career, especially in the Baltic region. But how does getting through the Champions Night, could that possibly be the biggest moment, biggest night of your career so far?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Playing when we won the Europe Cup with the Sweden, that was the biggest so far, but this is maybe bigger.
And just finally, what's this going to do back at home, back at Sweden? You going through to Champions Night, what's the effect going to be back at home?
I don't know. I really don't know, but yeah, hopefully it'll get positive for all of Sweden.
Well, Andreas, we'll let you go. Many, many thanks for coming onto the stage. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. I'll take that microphone off you. I'm just going to bring Paul in. Andreas, let you go. Many congratulations. Paul, I'll bring you in just to assess what we've seen. These are the results from our games so far today. 15 matches have come and they have gone in the end. And Andreas basically wrapped it up as quickly as he possibly could.
Yeah, he was fabulous, wasn't he? And if you think about the last fixture that he was involved in against Steve West, Steve had his own motives, but the ability to play with that element of I'm already in Champions Night compared to somebody that wasn't. He said that that's the reason why he hit that beautiful bullseye, but what a great day's dart it's been. And usually when you see one person through so quickly, like we did see with the Swede, the rest of the day could be a little bit damp. It was damp outside, but it was very hot in here because that race for the top 3 spot, it was fabulous. And ultimately, Rob Grundy got his way there with some brilliant play and Whitehead, who just did enough on Tuesday and on Wednesday.
Yeah, let's show you the table because the race for Group B is ultra important here at the Super Series because it means that you're playing in an evening session on Thursday and Friday and it is 3 players from 5 that make it through as opposed to an afternoon session where it is 2 players from 6. So it is Andreas Harrison that topped the way from Conan Whitehead and Rob Grundy in third. Let's talk about Conan because there's a lot to unpack from that interview earlier on this afternoon I had with him. First of all, he didn't know that he was in the position of going through after the 2 legs, but there's this real air of confidence about him, but there's a confidence that's always backed up with Conan. He believes in his own ability, and he shows it on the stage.
Confidence sometimes can be misconstrued as arrogance. At no point in his life or his career has he ever been accused of being cocky. He's always been confident, and we can prove that because the way he comes through in telling us what he's about to do, he does back it up. He is a series champion. He's got his name on that glittering trophy upstairs. So when he says to me about 10 minutes ago, I promise I will be there on Saturday, I believe him. And it's got nothing to do with the fact that he's bigger than me. It's got everything to do with the fact of what he does on that dartboard.
And he might be throwing some more flights at me over the next couple of days as well. As for Rob Grundy, improved day to day, do you reckon he may be getting into the week now?
Yeah, I think so. He played at the Challenge Tour on Saturday and Sunday, had some decent results. I think that's helped him to get into the kind of shape that he needs to be in coming here. Monday, bit sketchy. Tuesday, improved. But today, marked improvement. And the way he played, the lethal nature of his doubling and his scoring power was much better. I think he'll be someone who we'll talk a lot more about maybe making the top 3 of Group B over the next couple of nights. I think he'll be a big threat.
Well, this is how the tournament bracket then breaks down as we head into Thursday and Friday, respectively. And joining in the proceedings, we'll go Group B first, then Group C after. But joining proceedings tomorrow night is the man that has been the favourite pretty much since he won his week in Week 2, Daryl Pilgrim. He goes off the hot favourite. What are we expecting from him tomorrow?
He's still the favourite, even after Group A. With all due respect to everybody who's played the last 3 days, based on likelihood and what we've seen from Daryl over the last couple of months, he remains the person to beat. I may be wrong, but now Daryl's got to make his way to Saturday. I think this is the kind of title that he really craves. He's got a record on the stage as far as average is concerned. He's been a great group player and a great player with us throughout our 2 venues, but now you've got to have more than just likelihood. You've got to do things to have legacy. You've got to do what Conan's done before. You've got to do what Luke Littler's done before. He hasn't. He's won weekly titles. All 3 of them are great. But in order to be an icon or a legend here, you've got to win the series, and that's what Pilgrim's after.
And then as far as Group C is concerned, is it fair to say with Matt Clark and Jim McCoon, you've got absolute stalwarts in there?
Yep, because you've got 2 weekly titles for McEwen, you've got 3 for Clark. Don't underestimate him. I think every time he plays here, he goes under the radar. And he's been to a final of one of these series as well, losing out to Raymond Smith earlier this year. Don't underestimate Matt Clark, but only 2 of them can go through in Group C. That's going to be fascinating.
It most certainly will. And it's that fun time of the week because really, Champions Week, even though we're 3 days down, it's only just started. You've only seen half of the field.
Yeah, 3 days down. We are halfway, like you say. But now it gets really interesting with double dose of darts on Thursday and Friday. I can't get enough of it, and come Saturday night in here, it's going to be buzzing.
It most certainly will. And if you want to be there, dartshot.tv is the place to be to get your tickets for Champions Night. Well, we're going to be back 1 o'clock tomorrow. Spick and span.
Looking forward to it. Can't wait to see Group C.
Should be good fun. Hope you can join us as well for all the action, as I say, 1 o'clock on the Super Series YouTube channel this year. And then we're going to join Sporty Stuff TV at the slightly earlier transmission time of 2:30 p.m. So do join us for all of the action. Well, as far as Group A is concerned, a Swedish player's gone through, so it's typical that I end with an ABBA line, isn't it? Give me, give me, give me a dart from Sweden. Andreas Harrison is through to Champions Night.